Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back with another awesome Daz Studio EZ3D tutorial. And today we're going to be working with heat. And we're also going to be working with, well, it's a new bridge for heat with animation in Daz Studio. And we're going to stay in Daz Studio. So and I'll explain a little bit. Welcome. We're going to make sure we have our live chat turned on. Welcome, people. And I will explain to you why I remain in Daz Studio. Daz Studio, the Daz Studio models, they have gone to painstaking lengths to make the Daz Studio model, to give the Daz Studio models the highest quality you can kind of achieve with today's graphics cards. And to take them out of Daz Studio and bring them into Character Creator or iClone or Blender or 3D Studio Max, the quality just kind of diminishes. And yes, it makes it easy so you can render something off very quickly. But all of your quality in your animation is gone at that point. Now, animating with Daz Studio is very hard, okay? Because animation in general is very hard. It's very hard in whatever program you use. It's very complicated in whatever program you use. So it's really, the thing is by taking your animations out of Daz and bringing them somewhere else, you're exponentially adding a huge layer of complication on top of everything, because every texture and every motion has to be translated, and you end up with just all kinds of problems. So the first place we're going to start today is on Daz Studio. And I one time said, and it echoes in my mind because I wasn't really speaking it out of kind of animosity or disdain, I guess. It was out of frustration, and that's pretty much it. And where I was working with some pants and trying to get a pair of Daz Studio pants to work on a character, just one pair of pants to work on a character, and they were Genesis 9 pants, and I was trying to get them to work with a character in Character Creator, and they just kept crumbling up and making all kinds of messes in around the pelvis area especially, and they just were not translating with the heat maps. I call it heat maps. I guess they're weight maps, okay? And so I said, because when I put a pair of pants put a pair of Character Creator pants on a Character Creator character, they danced around and the pants just kind of worked perfectly. And so I said, this little program, because Character Creator I don't know that it's really come to the level of Daz, because Daz has had many years of refinement. So and I said that, in this particular instance, just a moment, I've got to turn down my light here. Above me is kind of bright. All right. And I said that this was character creator, you know, dancing on Daz's Studio's face. And it was kind of harsh. And just in the last couple of days, Daz has put out this offer, okay? It's for Heat, and it says 1,000+ animations, and it says sign up here and add free to cart. And this is no joke. This you are literally, they're giving you 1,000 animations free. And also they're giving you the Heat bridge. And I'm going to show you how all this works, okay? So what you want to do is first add to cart. And when you add this to your cart, okay, and I have some things in here. I'm going to take these out for now. They're very good, going a good sale right now, but I can't deal with that right now. So we go to the checkout. So I can open this in another link, okay? And it says blocked. But what we'll do is we'll just open Daz again here, and we'll go to our cart. And as you can see, it's free, okay? So you have this Heat animation plugin. So what you do is proceed to billing, and you purchase it, and then you open up your install manager and just let it do its thing and install it, okay? And you're pretty much all set in that aspect, okay? Then there's this other aspect, okay? And it says sign up here. And when you click on this sign up here, okay, it takes you to this page. And if you just go to this page without clicking that link, like if you go to heat.tech, okay, just heat.tech.com, and you go to their page, it will ask you to pay them $25 for this mover. I think my mic is a little loud. It will ask you to pay them $25 for this particular. You get 25 moves free, okay? But if you okay, so you get 25 moves free with the free plan, okay? So that means, and I think they kind of pretty much pick most of the ones that you get. So that's pretty much it. So you get 25 animations, all right? But if you notice here, okay, I'm going to try to pour a cup of tea here. And if you follow this Daz link here, you will come to this page and it says subscribe. We'll click on this subscribe, fill it in. You get 2 months free. And you know what? After the third month, when they decide to charge you $25, we'll look and see how many more animations they've added. Good evening, Angus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is nice to have you here. So we are working in a completely different genre today. We are working with animation, and this is a new product, and a wonderful evening to you too, Angus. So what we have here is, so if you click this, first you add this to your cart, you install it, and it installs it in your Daz, into your Daz library. Then you're all done with that particular aspect. Then what you do is you come here and you sign up. So you have to pay for it, but it's free. So you just click proceed to billing and it pays for, and it doesn't even ask you for any kind of credit card stuff or anything. It just pays for it, and you get the bridge, okay, this bridge. And then you click this other link and it says sign up here. And when you come to this page, it says subscribe for free, and and according to this, you get 2 months for free access to their entire library for the Daz community. This is not a scam or a joke or anything. This is, oh my gosh, they're just the I don't know if my monitor is really bright or something, but okay. So this is what this is. So you click on this. You have to give them your email address. You have to put in a new password, or you could sign up with, I think, Google or Facebook, or there's another one too. So you can, and that's much quicker. I use my email address and a password because I just don't like my stuff tied in with another network. So you do that. So you subscribe, and what that does is it gives you then you have to go and check your email address. You have to verify your email address, and then you can log in to this website. And it was really weird because when I signed up for this website, my password manager popped up, and it said, "Would you like to overwrite your, Planet Fitness," I guess it was, password? And so it just overwrote my Planet Fitness password with this heat.tech thing. I don't know why it did that, but I ended up having to go and find my password and re-enter a new password in to be able to log into Heat. And it was a kind of a mess. All right. So they're still sort of ironing the bugs out of this, but it works. Okay. It works really, really, really flawlessly well. The underpinnings of all this has been, I think, worked on for months and months and months, maybe even a couple of years. I don't know. But it's very well done here. Okay. So we get into the mover tier, and this gives you access to 100. This gives you it hands you. It's a little bit of work you have to do, but it hands you 1,000 animations that you can just drag onto your Genesis 8 or Genesis 9 figures. You'll see it's very, very easy, and it works well. And these animations are highly crafted, okay? So they work really, really, really well with your Daz figures, okay? That doesn't mean that there aren't a few. You're not going to run into a few, because this is animation we're talking about. It's very complicated stuff. Okay, so then you also here, once you have subscribed and you're a member and you verified your account and you can log into this account, and you can tell when you're logged in because it's going to show this instead of just nothing there. Okay, so then you're logged in. Then you go, it says download the plugin. Okay, now you go to this plugin, and you have to install this heat bridge. Okay, and it's separate from the heat bridge that you download from Daz, because the one you download from Daz is like the plugin that sits inside of Daz Studio, and this bridge right here is the plugin that accesses all of the animations on your computer. So it's the portal to Heat, okay? It's kind of complicated. It's kind of confusing, okay? But just remember that this one right here where it says add free to cart, and you click on this and it says Heat animation plugin for Daz Studio. It doesn't say Heat bridge, okay? This is the Heat animation plugin for Daz Studio. This is not the bridge. This is the animation plugin, okay? So it's good that they didn't use different terminology, But this right here is the heat bridge. So you download this and you put it into a maybe my downloads and all, and then it's a zip file. You unzip the zip file and you install. I believe you can install it right from within the zip file. But what happens is Windows complains and says, this program, they haven't paid. I think they haven't paid you have to pay the gatekeeper in order to have a program like an exe that's runnable on Windows. You have to pay some kind of fee. And I don't know, maybe they've paid it, but it's not quite been ratified or whatever. But when it pops up, there's an option that says something like run anyway, and do that, okay? There's no problem with this. I'll vouch for it, that because I've done this on my computer. And yes, it is kind of but it gives you this bridge here. And when you open this up, okay, this is what loads, all right? And when you first open this, you will only have about maybe 10 animations. And if I click on this, double click and play, look how cool this works. So now if I double click on this one, this is that one. And here's another one and another one. Now I wanted to do more work. This took me 2 days to kind of put this together. Well, I'd say 2 days. It was like an entire day and an entire night, and I didn't get any sleep yesterday. So yeah, 2 days. So and snake arm. So these are not necessarily the animations that will come here, because like I said, there'll only be 10 here. But when you go to the marketplace, then you're gonna see, okay, marketplace. What's up? Okay, we'll go to discover, and then explore movements, and this, it says my library, marketplace. Okay, I guess what's happened here is all of these. These are ones that I don't know that I've had. Oh, I have dance up here. That's why. Okay, it remembered that. So now we go into the marketplace. You can go through there through your library, because if you select my library, it shows you your library. If you go to the marketplace, it shows you the marketplace. And as I go down through here, you can see they just keep appearing and appearing and more appear. Well, this is the marketplace. Okay, clear tags. Okay, I got rid of that. So as you can see, as I go down, more appear and more and more and more. Okay, so the animations just keep going until they get to about 1,000. They said there's more than 1,000, okay? So these are all here, okay? But the problem is they're not in your library. And you want to get them into your library, okay? So what you have to do so that you own them forever is you have to go here, and this little button here, you have to go down through them one at a time and click on them on that little green button. I wish there was an add all to, but you have to click on that little green button. Don't click in here. Don't click on this hamburger here. Click very carefully, and then click the next one, and click the next one, and then you scroll down, and you click and click, scroll down until you have clicked on 1,000 plus of these animations. And once you have clicked on 1,000 plus of them, you own them, okay? So if you cancel your Heat subscription today, you still own these. So it's not a scam, okay? You own these subscriptions, these animations, even because they're in your library. Okay, and as you can see now, these subscriptions are in my library. Okay, and as long as they're in your library, according to their policy, their current policy, which we agreed on when we signed up for this, they belong to you because of this deal that Daz. So isn't that nice of Daz to give us this portal to these animations and make this deal with Heat so that we could get these animations free, okay? And as you see, they just keep going and going and going and going. So I clicked on I know a deal when I see it, so it took me like an hour or so, an hour and a half to go and click on every last one. This is the bottom here. But as you can see, there's about 1,000 here, okay? There's more than 1,000. Okay, so what do we do now? So when I close this down, okay, and I open this, and then the way I open it back up is I click on this little show hidden icons down here, and you'll see it here. And I will tell you something also that, at least from my experience, it doesn't remember your credentials. So when you restart Windows, it'll load up, but you won't be logged in. And so you have to go up here, and then you have to go and get your password and type your password back in and your email address and log back in. That'll probably be fixed, at least, or maybe it's just an anomaly that keeps happening with my computer. If I restart my computer a few times, maybe it'll go away. But for me, it didn't remember my credentials, okay? So if you're not logged in here, they won't work, okay? So you have to be logged in to this Heat bridge, and it's down here, okay? You can right-click on it and close it, okay? But if you close it and you reopen it again, you find, if you clicking down into this search and click Heat, you'll find the Heat bridge. And notice how weird this is. It doesn't have an icon, okay? So there's some, Windows is still trying to decide if this is a virus or what it is. But I don't believe it is. I don't believe they're spying on us. I believe that this is a legitimate thing, and it's and the thing is that as long as I wish there was a way I could just right-click and download all of these and put them in some kind of folder. But you'll see why this is now down here in the bottom. Okay, you'll notice as I scroll, this little bar stays here. Now watch what happens when I click on one. Okay, when I didn't click on the hamburger and I didn't click on this little thing. Now if I go back to Discover and Explore Movements, all right, like here, then we'll get back to the full screen again. I just did it. I just double clicked. But I go back to Discover and click Explore Movements. Click once. Give it a moment. You'll get the full screen view again. This is where I would do the clicking on the green screens, green clips, and adding them to your. This is where I would click on these little buttons when it's full screen like this. And if you should happen to click on one of them and this pops open, then you've lost your place and you kind of have to start over again. So don't click here. Click only on the green thing and then click on the next green one, the next green one, the next green one, the next green one. It's pretty responsive. Hopefully you don't have something going on in the background of your computer. So do it like this. Make it full screen like this. Okay, and then we have the Daz Studio aspect of it. So you click on them, click on that, click on this, click on that, click on the free one, click on this, click, and then you scroll down. And when I click on that, right, See, it highlights, it tells me which one that I've clicked on, so that when I scroll up, I know that that was the last one, and then I click on this one, click on this one, click on this one, click, 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 and every time you click on them, cha-ching, you're, and I will tell you right now that you, for like about maybe 30 of these animations, maybe 35 of them, it's like $200 with Character Creator. You want to talk about a lack of competition in the market, and with iClone, they are like ridiculously overpriced. And you know, what does it take to make these? Well, it takes a lot of equipment. It takes a lot. You have to get actors together. You have to pay a bunch of people. You have to take and have computer people get together. And so there's just a lot of so I'm not arguing that it doesn't cost a lot of money to make these, okay? I'm just saying that they're like $200, $150, $80 for about 10 of them. Okay, it says we recommended back a bit rate. Okay, my bit rate's too high. Let's see what they recommend. We recommend. All right, let's see. What is the recommended? Of 6,800. All right. Well, I don't know if I want to go that route, but let's see what happens when we go to 6,800. Okay, just a moment here. So we'll come back here. All right. So I'm going to go here, and my video. I look terrible here. Why do I look so washed out? My gosh. Let's see what's going on here. Let's turn the white balance off, see what happens here. White balance is off. And exposure. And filter, okay. Contrast, gamma. Okay, what happens if I go here? Maybe that's a little better. I think I look green. Yeah, I'm just having the worst time right now with my. All right, now I'm wondering if I'm using any kind of color filter, maybe. Chroma key, then color. Or maybe it's my. Let's see, smoothness. And what's the other one? Contrast. What if I go to defaults? Okay. That seems to still be working. All right, we'll try that for now. And I think I still look terrible. But, okay, so... All right, so it says to go to 6,800, so I'm going to go to the settings here and try just changing my stream down to output. I'm actually not at 11, so let's go 6,800 and see what that looks like. Apply. All right. And let's see what happens to my stream. Okay, I'm not sure. I guess that's okay. For now, we'll appease YouTube. And it looks okay. All right, so I'm going to switch this now back down to 1440. Okay, so that I'm not downloading a lot. Okay, that's, I guess, okay. All right, so what we're going to progress here now. Anus, thank you. Anus, thank you very much for... I thought I looked terrible when I went and looked at the at my video. So I sometimes I think I just get carried away with the settings and, you know, contrast and exposure and all these different white balance, and it's just I need to like just leave them alone and let them be what they are, I guess. So all right, so what we're doing here now, so if you've missed the beginning of this, what we've talked about is this heat bridge. You have to go to Daz Studio here, and you have to go to their page here. It's the first part of their page, March Madness. You click on this, and this part here, okay? It's the first part in here. Look what they've done with this beautiful animation, and that's the actual animation here. All right, so you install this. You watch the beginning of this video, but you install this free product. It's it's called the Heat Animation plugin for Daz Studio. So you install the plugin, and then you go here, and that takes you to this page, and you download the Heat Bridge. You install it. Windows pops up and says, you can't install this. We don't think it's good, but you say install it anyway, or more information, and you click on that more information and you install it anyway, okay? And then you also sign up, and you take and follow this link, and it says sign up for free here. When you come here, it takes you to this page. We go back here, we click on this sign up for Heat here, and it takes you to a page where you get 2 months free, okay? And so that's where you sign up. Don't go to Heat and sign up there. Sign up here, okay? And click on this, and then it says to click you want to join the mover thing. The mover subscription, which is the middle one, and you will get 1,000 animations for free. Now, okay, part 2 is what do we do with these animations? Okay, so we're in Daz. I'm sorry that took so long, but I'm trying to lay down the groundwork so that you can do this, so that you can get 1,000 free animations to work in Daz Studio. Okay. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about Daz Studio. Daz Studio is the way clothing fits our models, and the way hair fits, and all of these things, especially clothing, is that the figure has what's called a weight map, and the weight map is like this colored pattern where things that are certain, the darker, if they're darker, like it repels them, and if they're lighter, it attracts the fabric to the body, okay? And so it's a complex thing. I wish there was another solution to make clothes stick to a body, but apparently there isn't. Someday maybe AI will come up with a better solution than weight maps. But for now, we're stuck with the weight maps. So I believe that the reason why Genesis 9, part of what Genesis 9 is about, was fixing the weight maps, or maybe it wasn't necessarily fixing them, but making the weight maps more universal. I don't know exactly. Thank you very much for the likes. Very, very much. So it's about making the weight maps more universal. So Um, and so, but unfortunately, when you put like a pair of pants on your figure and then you put them into a pose, the pants just go all haywire in the pelvis area. Okay, and so I believe that Daz has been working on this problem for a while, and maybe I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I'm not a programmer, but maybe there have been some slight flaws in the way the program uh, aligns clothing and does things like that. And maybe this latest update for the Daz Studio, which just came out a couple days ago, it may be an animation clothing kind of weight map revamp of Daz Studio. Because when I said that character creator and iClone were dancing on Daz's face, because you could put a pair of clothing on and they could dance around with the clothing, and the clothing wouldn't be like all crumpled up and doing really bad stuff. And it seems as though maybe I might be just imagining things, that maybe some of these problems have been fixed in Daz Studio. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to put any characters. Okay, let's do Ethan. Okay, we're going to work with Genesis 9 figures. Okay, so we're going to put Ethan in the scene figures, and we're not going to, it says Ethan HD. It doesn't say whether if he's HD or not. Okay, because, a body apply HD. Okay, so we can put him in regular and we could apply the HD to him. I don't need him HD because it's not going to be really up close kind of animation. So what we're going to do is we're going to put just a simple, something simple on him so that we can work with these animations, okay? And see what Daz has done, okay, with 1,000 animations that they have given each and every Daz user. If you want to come in here and click on the little green dot to own each one and every one. I wanted them really bad because I think these animations are awesome. It just brings your characters alive. And look, it's nice to meet you. You have a couple of characters and they're shaking hands. So I would like to pacing around. I'd like to have the other one. It's like, nice to meet you too. And have the other guy who walks up and shakes his hand. But it might be here somewhere. And if we just type in the word meet. Okay, let's see. All right. Handshake. Nice to meet you. Okay. So we have them both. But I don't know that this guy's shaking a little faster than the other guy. Yeah, so I'm not sure that they're the same thing, and so, but you can search through the library. Okay, so I'm sure Nathan's here now. Ethan. Okay, so we're gonna bring him down here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put. I know, I dare not say it, but we're gonna put a pair of pants on him. So on to Ethan, all right? And so we're going to just look here, go to, I guess, maybe our wardrobe and type pants. Okay, and we're going to see how these pants track with Ethan. And let's find a really cool Regent pants. Military combat. For Genesis 9, it says, all right, we have to select Ethan first. I don't think I want the military combat pants. We're going to go with maybe some kind of jeans or something. Viking Warrior, kind of cool. Trousers. And I think they might have a belt as well. Let's see what they look like on him. If they have too big of a bell bottom, there might be a problem with our animation, but so, all right. There we go. And did these like not go on him that well? No, they didn't. Genesis 9, what's up with this? All right, so then I guess we can go into parameters and see about these pants. What's up with them? Scale, that would be body. Okay, loosen ankles, loosen waist lower, waist upper. How about, probably it's expecting a sweater or something to be tucked into them. What do we just bring them down? That didn't work. And, okay, now tucks, body, expand all. Okay, that's the exact opposite of what we need. Loosen waist. Again, I suppose I could loosen thighs, loosen. Everything's loosen. Body, is this part of it? Okay, I guess that's thigh, upper arm. Okay, so what we do is, all right, we have this sub D, high resolution, smoothing, sub D, but what I don't see is smoothing, so we go here to edit, object, geometry, add smoothing modifier. Okay, so when we add this smoothing modifier, and then if I make it, then I scale it down. See how it kind of resets it around him? And then we can set the smoothing iterations, a few more of them. That didn't work. Okay, let's do a few less. And collision iterations. That didn't work either. 5. Okay. Maybe a 6. 8. Okay. All right, well, let's go down rather than up on this. And I think we go down to... All right, so what we have here is I think if I use Mesh Grabber on it, like the first time he moves, it's going to undo it. So I think the only way to do Mesh Grabber is to make like some kind of, okay, high resolution sub D. That didn't work either. Collision item is Ethan. Okay, and we go to the, so the collision items is 3, smoothing iterations. Let's go to 5. And I guess what we have to do is make this, what we can do is make this, I'm not sure if this is going to work, okay? But what we do is make this a little larger. So we go to our parameters here, and we go to our expand all, make it a little bit larger so that okay, this is still this is horrible. Okay, so now there's one other thing. If these pants, okay, let's go and take a look at explore the product for Genesis 9. Okay, wardrobe. Okay, now what we do, accessories, the wardrobe, all we want is a pair of pants on him, but we don't want him hanging off his waist like that. So maybe what we can do is go into the parameters here, and oh gosh, it's not going to have loosen ankles, waist lower, waist upper. Okay, so if we go here and use limits, turn that off, then I think we can pull this in, okay, like that. All right, so we can make them larger on him. Okay, we can scale. Okay, let's go back to reset value. And then we can take this here and pull the waist in and the waist lower. We're going to take this one, waist lower. It looks like they reset value. Okay, waist lower. Parameter settings, use limits, accept. And it looks like we're able to kind of pull that in a little bit, okay? And then the auto fit and all of this stuff works with it. Okay. So the thing is that you got to get a pair of pants that kind of fit them, you know, anyway, just for the heck of it. And now it looks like I've pulled this in a little too far. So we'll go waist upper and we'll pull this out a little bit like that. And so we're not just really pushing the limits of. Now, when you animate this, each time it switches to another frame, the auto fit and the smoothing are going to kick in for that frame. And then it's going to it's going to render that frame. And then it's going to switch to the next frame, and the auto fit and the smoothing will kick in and smooth out that frame. And so you have to make sure that you set these so that the clothing is going to kind of conform to their body throughout the animation. Then I'm going to throw another monkey wrench into the situation. And it's like, what about dForce? Well, we could run a dForce simulation, but you don't run the dForce simulation until you have your animation in. Okay, so what you do now is once you have your heat plugin installed and you have your heat bridge installed and you have your heat bridge here and you have hopefully your animations. Okay, they're right here. You have gone in and gotten all of your animations so that your library is huge. Then what you do is you select your figure. Okay, and remember, what I didn't do here, I don't believe I actually closed Daz and reopened it because I had another animation here. So we go to render settings, general. So I don't like doing that on another thing that I've already had an animation for. So what we're going to do, because I'm not going to put any shirt on him. I'm not going to put any shoes on him because it's just going to make the animation, it's going to just make each frame longer to render. But I am going to give him some hair. Okay, so we're going to go, but I'm going to give him the lowest poly kind of hair I can possibly do it. And this is shaved. Okay, and there's a Genesis 9 shaved head. Okay, so we're going to give him that. So he's got some hair. Okay, no facial hair, no body hair, no shoes, no flip-flops, nothing to kind of mess up our animation. But these pants look beautiful on him. Okay, so then what we're going to do now is select Ethan, and then we're going to go in here to our animations, and we're going to pick one. And pick one that's kind of cool. Now, these animations, I believe they have worked really, really hard on each animation and tested them out with Daz. So, I mean, we're looking at a massive amount of work here. So, easy groove. Okay, let's, I kind of like that, but we're going to do something a little bit, jumpy dance. Let's do the jumpy dance. Okay, so what we do is we click on the jumpy dance. And then we go down here where it says Blender, and we switch it to Daz. And we just click Import. And if you're logged in up here, it will import. Okay, if you're logged in, it will import. It takes a moment. Oh, it looks like it's already done it. Okay, so now we click on this timeline. We open up our timeline. Oops, I think I made a mistake. Okay, because we go here to back to here, and I have to look, and there's 371 frames. Okay, it doesn't say whether if it's like 60 frames per second, but we're going to say, oh, so we go to 321 frames, and as you can see, our animation is here, okay? So if I click play, and this is about the best that he does, but look at how our pants are doing, and you'll see spots where it pokes through, but if you stop it, they go away. You see? So that's because we have our smoothing on and all. And if I were to go into wireframe hidden line, we can even do a little bit more here. See it a little bit better. Okay, now here might be the place where you'd be tempted, okay, well, let's bring this into, Character Creator, or let's bring it into iClone, or let's bring it into Blender, or let's bring it into, let's bring it into Unreal Engine. And yes, that can be done. Somebody who's really, really skilled with this. But my suggestion is that the minute you go to do that, you are going to lose this beautiful look here. Look at how beautiful Ethan looks. Look at how beautiful this looks. It's like trying to take a cracked egg, and trying to move it, send it through the mail or something, It's just, an egg that's been etched or something in this, very fine etching, and trying to send it through the mail. It can be done if you're really good at packing things and sending them over. But I believe in the end. Now, obviously, you see we have a problem. He's not standing on the floor. I don't know why he's come into Daz not standing on the floor. Okay, that's a problem. It's something that's off about this whole process. But but that we could fix that. I just kind of wish I didn't have to. Now, but I believe if I select Ethan and I click on reset, now we have to go to frame 0. And if I click reset, now see, that didn't work. It didn't like move him down to the floor, okay? So what we do is we don't, right now, when you don't have a camera in the scene, you can move your camera. If I'm over here, I can move all around him because it's not making keyframes because there's no camera in the scene. Now, if this was a camera, every time I move it, if I'm on a different frame, it's going to put keyframes and I'm going to have a mess, okay? So, but when you're in the perspective mode, you can move your camera around, but you just can't edit anything about him unless you're at frame 0. Now, I'm still not liking the belt area because I think I snugged it in too close. And so it's kind of like folding out like this. And so what we're going to do, I don't mind if it's a little loose around him. Okay, so we're going to select the trousers. The thing is that you're going to, if you get into animating like this, you're going to make lots and lots of animations, and almost every one of them are going to come out with something wrong with it, okay? But every once in a while, okay, you'll get one that is perfect, okay? And I think maybe once or twice in my life I've had that happen. Okay, and it's been in Daz Studio that it's happened, okay? So you just have to everything is about procedure, okay? So we go now into our things here, and we're going to loosen the waist upper. And what's this waist lower doing? Okay, so we bring the waist lower in, and then we loosen the waist upper like that. Okay, that looks, see, a little more natural. Everything you do, you have to kind of fix. You have to fix. Now, another thing is he's not standing on the floor. Okay, so this is I would assume that the entire pose is based upon a floor that's at some place. So what we do is we click on Ethan, and we click on Ethan here, and we translate him down until he's standing on the floor here. Don't get him too close to the floor. Just close enough. Y translate. Can we use this? One more, maybe. Maybe one more. How are we doing? I'm sorry this is so tedious, but let's just... All right, let's go into this mode, and then I can do it manually like this. Okay, maybe I can't. What happened to my floor? All right, let's put a plane in the scene. This is the way to do it, okay? Now we're like, that's where the floor is. So why translate? Now, make sure I would say err on the side of him floating in the air rather than being like down into the floor too much. And it might be good to just make sure he's not touching the floor at all, okay? Kind of like wherever he's contacting like this, that you say, we'll go 50 minus 50. See what happens. Minus, okay, where is this? Y50? They say minus 49.9. Is that right? 49.8. 49.0. What was that? Translate? Okay, 49.80. 49.7. Let's see what he looks like now. Okay, now, and we're still at our frame 0, okay? And then, that one little touch there, we could even go like 49.79. 9. Okay. And we shouldn't even have that. Oh, we got 49.7. All right, let's go 7.5. All right. Okay. So we're not going through the floor. You see, it's little things like this because halfway through the animation, his toe could contact the floor and then do something weird, okay? And you are trying to render something that is going to, this is going to have 321 frames. So you don't want anything to mess it up. Okay. So now what we're going to do, the question is, do I need to turn this into an anablock? Okay? Or can I just leave it like this and render it? Okay? And we have it set at 60 frames per second and 321 frames, which is from 0 to 320. Okay, there's 321 total frames. 0 is the 1. Okay, so we have 1 extra because of 0. Because it starts counting at 0. It's kind of weird. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to delete. We're still at frame 0. We're going to delete our plane. Then we're going to go into our environment options. And if you notice when we go into Iray, notice there's a shadow on the floor, okay? You don't really want the shadow on the floor, okay? And so what we're going to do is take and turn off the ground, okay? You turn off the ground, the shadow's gone. We're using our HDRI to light him, okay? Now the HDRI is a very large image, but it's not, I believe it has to load that image per frame but it creates a really nice kind of shadow lighting effect on him. Okay, so I think I'm going to just leave the lighting the way it is. It looks okay, all right? It accentuates his muscles. His face is lit up enough, okay? So we have one other problem here, and that is when we click play, we have to make sure he stays in the frame, okay? And the thing is that a lot of the frame is kind of wasted because the camera's kind of far away from him, but it looks like he stays in the frame. You stop it and notice how it fixes everything. So it looks as if everything's gonna work, okay? So what I'm gonna do is bring my camera in, but I'm not gonna bring it in so that like his feet are exactly at the bottom, his head is exactly at the top. You would think that would be the optimal thing to do, but the problem is that we're still gonna have to take this into Photoshop, and the player might actually try to cut parts of this off. You just want to make sure that if you're going to go through this rendering process, that you're not going to have part of him cut out, okay? And that it's like that that one frame where he sticks his hand up in the air, okay, that you didn't see it, okay, and then it's and look, see his toe. See how his toe just went out here? So that's why we're at the point where we're framing our subject, okay? Oh, and see, as I told you, I can move it around as much as I want until I put the camera in. Okay? So we're going to make sure that throughout this animation that his arm doesn't go out of the scene, and that it's like, where did his arm go? You know, kind of thing. And that his head, so we could probably bring it in a little more and then bring him up a tiny bit, okay? That's about as far as I dare, because I just don't want to render it and find out that he's stepped out of the scene, okay? Or that Photoshop wants to take a chunk out of the top or something like that. Just anything weird that crops up, that all of a sudden he sticks his arm up for just one frame, you know, and it's out of the picture. So you have to so now we're back to the 0 frame, and make sure we're back at 0 like this. And now we're going to create our camera, new camera, and we're going to create it with the perspective view, okay? I'm not going to look through that camera. Okay, we're going to save this as, what is this, Ethan? Ethan likes to dance. We'll call it that. And Ethan likes to dance. Well, so do I. And as a matter of fact, all right. So just look how beautiful this is. You take this into any program and you're going to lose this perfection, okay? You're going to lose this, okay? You're going to lose the perfection of the texture on the and the fact that it's all native to Daz, okay? Now, my suggestion is to not convert it to an anti-block, okay? Because just doing that alone, and you're adding another conversion process, and so is to just leave it here if you can, leave it just all in your timeline, okay? So now we're going to go to render settings. I have 1900 by 1900. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to render this small, okay? So we're going to render this at 720, let's say 720, and I'm going to render it square, okay? And then we're going to, it says still image, current frame, so this is actually good, because what that means is that I did close Daz and reopen it. So we're going to go image series, and we're going to go from 0 to 320, okay? That is totals 321 frames, and we're going to call this Ethan. Ethan likes to dance. Now, all this work that I'm doing, and there's probably going to be that one moment at like frame 200 where his pants poke through his leg. You know, it's probably, you know, that's just the way it is. So we have 321 frames to render. So all right, so what I'm going to do is go here to the File Explorer, and I'm going to go to where I put my image series when I do this, and it's in here. Animation series, new folder, Ethan likes to dance is the name of the folder. Okay, and now we can tell this right here that this is where we're going to put the film series. All right, into Ethan likes to dance folder, and what the series is going to say Ethan likes to dance 0, and then the next frame is going to be Ethan likes to dance 1, Ethan likes to dance 2, Ethan likes to dance, all the way up to 320 frames, but a total of 321 because 0 is also a frame. Okay, and so this is going to be an image series. Constraint portions, okay, headlamp, never. We don't want the camera putting on. Now I'm going to dare to look through the camera. We're going to save this again just for this moment. And we're going to look through the camera. Now what will happen is, because we are rendering this with this gray background, it will be a transparency. So we can put him in front of anything dancing, okay? So as long as we get him to come out right. And we could, if I put the ground in, there would be a shadow also, but what would happen is this, because of the angle of the sun, the shadow's kind of long. It like goes way out to here. So I would have to make the frame that large to include the shadow. So I'm not going to put a shadow here. So it's just there's no shadow, okay? So it's that simple. So, which you could do it long enough so there's a shadow, and then whatever you put him on, it's going to look like there's a shadow there, like he's actually in that scene, wherever there'll be some kind of black kind of floaty shadow there. So, but we have that turned off because we have the ground turned off in the environment options, okay? And so now we go to progressive renders, okay? And we're going to turn off render quality. And we're going to maximum samples, doesn't matter because, maximum time, don't worry about this one. It's the samples, okay? This is what sets, this is how many iterations each frame is going to get. Now, my experience is if you go below 1,000 iterations, usually you don't get that good of an animation, okay? You need to at least go to 1,000, all right? And so once it reaches 1,000 iterations, it'll start on the next frame and then go to 1,000 and start. And it's not necessarily the iterations that take the longest time, okay? But I'm going to go with 600, okay? Because this would take like a couple of hours to do this. And that's why we're doing this at 720. Another thing, so if you want something to look really, really, really good, I mean like to look real, okay? You have to go at least like 1,000 frames, 1,000 by 1,000, okay, for your image resolution. You go smaller if you go like to 800 or 640 by 480 or something like that, you're going to get a blurry kind of image, okay? It's not going to look focused, okay? You have to get it to HD. And so it's at least a 1024 or 1920 by 1080. You have to get at least 1,000 by 1,000 or 19 or 2,000 by 1,000 for your size. Okay, in order to get something that looks like a real person, like something that your eye has to look and say, oh my gosh, that looks real. Okay, so you have to, anything below 1,000. So when I'm going to show you 720 and you're going to, when you see it, you're going to say, yeah, it does look a little blurry. Okay, so that's why. So the image size, if it's too low, equals blurry. Okay, now the other one is in this progressive render, the maximum samples. Okay, if you go below 1,000, okay, what does that equal? It's not blurry. Okay, what that equals is like little specks. You'll see like little specks in your, like it looks like it's not solidified. Okay, that each frame is kind of little specks. Okay, so you have, in order for it to not have little specks, you have to go to about 1,000. Okay, again, for the samples. And samples means iterations. So that means that for each frame, it's about 600 iterations. So for this, you want to be at least 1,000. Okay. We're going to go a little bit lower, because if I go at 1,000 and we don't have any pants on him, we just got basic hair, we got a little bit of smoothing, but this is as bare bones as you can possibly. He doesn't have any body hair, no beard, no shoes, no shirt, nothing, no jewelry or nose ring or anything like that. It's as basic as you can get: a pair of pants, a belt, and a figure. And this is actually, even though this is shaved head, I believe there is a little bit of it might be strand based, a little bit of strands in there. So, but this is as bare bones as you can possibly get. Okay, so now I'm going to just go over this one more time again. All right, so for render settings, okay, is that if that you want them to be 1,000 by 1,000, kind of, all right, within that range, okay, in order for it not to be blurry. And for progressive render, you want your maximum samples, because what'll happen is whatever you set this maximum time, it'll just ignore it, because once it hits it hits 1,000 samples, okay. I think if you go lower, but I don't think it will actually. I think it has to hit this first one first, okay? And once it hits 1,000 samples, it doesn't really matter the maximum time, I don't think. Just leave that alone, kind of. It will stop and go to the next frame after it hits 1,000, okay? So we're going to go at 600. Now I'm just going to double check and make sure that this looks right from 0. Okay, image series. Okay, and now I'm going to talk also that if at this point, this is where you would do, possibly do dForce, okay? And what you would do is you'd go into your render settings, into your simulation settings, okay? And then you would turn off initialization, because you don't want him going back to his original pose. It's just like at this particular point, you would want him to just start here, okay? So you turn off the memorize pose, okay? And then you would go into simulation, and you have to turn on this best to best, okay? You have to set it to the best, or you're going to have his clothes poking through and all. So you set that to best. Make sure, I think, it's base, okay? And then you also want to go with to simulate animation, okay? The timeline. And you might want to up this collision iterations, okay? It's 4 right now per subframe, but you don't want to put it up more than like 5 or 6, okay? And that's how many per frame iterations it kind of calculates, okay? And if you go up to like 5 or 6 or 7, then for each frame, it's got to calculate 7 iterations there. That's the news today. Okay, so for each frame, it has to calculate so many. So then you run simulate, and it simulates up through your entire timeline. And for each frame, it calculates the dForce, and then goes to the next frame, calculates dForce, goes to the next frame, calculates dForce. So, and if I were to click this right now, I don't know. I'm just wondering if it would kind of mess up my animation. Let's try to animate this first, and then we'll come back and we'll try to run in, because dForce is like hit or miss, okay? But it would look like it's hanging better on him, okay? So what we'll do is we're going to go now and hit render, okay? And now we're going to see what happens, okay? And we're going to go into this folder here, Ethan Likes to Dance, and we're going to see that it's going to start populating this folder with our 30 frames per second, or 60 frames per second. So we're going to view extra large icons. One is already done. Let's see what it looks like. Now notice when I zoom in, what do you see? It looks a little bit blurry, okay? And that's because we have it set at 600. Notice his face just looks a little blurry, okay? And if you notice, his skin looks a little bit kind of splotchy, little dots, okay? That's because we don't have them set at 1,000. But it's kind of okay. And if you look, we're already on frame 3. But as frame 4, and watch how quickly it kind of goes through them. And I have a 3090 graphics card, but the thing is if you don't have a 3090 graphics card, now look how quickly it went up through 600 iterations. It just went up to 600, okay? And then if you don't have a 3090 graphics card, you can still do this. It's just you want to leave it. My advice is, if you notice the checklist that I just went through, where I was very careful to make sure the pants were right and that he wasn't stepping out of the frame when and all of these kinds of things, if you follow this video to the T, you're probably still going to fail, because I follow what I just did to the T, and almost every time I do an animation, something goes wrong, okay? Like right now I'm animating this. I shouldn't be in Iray right now. I should be out of Iray, okay? Because this is just sitting in the background taking up a bunch of computing energy, okay? It's too late now. So, but we're already up to frame 9, 10, up to frame 9, okay? And it tells us there's 9 frames in 2 minutes. So we have to go to, there's frame 10, and 45 seconds, so it's almost 3 minutes. So in order to get to 321 frames, we have to go all the way to it's okay, you know, it's 11 frames. Okay, 10 frames in 3 minutes. Okay, I don't know what that would be. 3 minutes, 3 times 60. It's complicated, okay, to try to figure that out. 12 frames in 3 minutes. So it's about 10 frames for every 3 minutes. So for 300 for 100 frames, would be 30 minutes, I think. Okay, so we're talking about I think 100 frames. I'm not sure, but I think 100 frames would be 30 minutes. And so for 300 frames, it's an hour and a half. Okay, so that is why you want to make sure that when you go to render this, because you can make your animations in Daz, and you can make beautiful animations where they look so awesome. And what I'll do is, while this is going on, I'll show you a few of my animations, and we'll talk. I don't have a lot, okay? It's not like I'm really, really good at this, okay? But you'll see that I have a few that have come out okay, like Aiden Dance, okay? Look how sharp he looks, okay? He's dancing around in his boxers. So, but he's doing the belly dance, all right? So, but it worked, okay? And this is an invisible background. So I can have him just come out like while I'm broadcasting, and I have it set like that also. Let's see, what is I don't have them here. Oh, I think they're actually up in here. Okay, let's see if I can find them. I have a group here. It's not that one. It's group 2. And if I go here to Chicken Dance. All right, we'll take Aiden out. I mean, so we can... And we go here, and we go to Chicken Dance and click play. Will it work? Oh, I might have to go here, replay. Stop. How do we do this? Okay, so something's wrong. Sneak around. Play. Okay, so I think I may have moved them. They might be in a different place. So, but I do have them on this computer. It's just when they play here, they actually have the background cut out. And so it's nicer to see them here. And so now we have this one. We have some problems here. I'll show you how this has worked. Okay. I like to do them kind of dramatic. But see how his hand got cut off? Now, if I go this full screen, it's almost there, but still got cut off. You don't want to find that happening, all right, after you've rendered your image, because it's like there's an hour and a half. And now notice how sharp he looks. Like when I stop the frame, see, he looks clear. That's because he's at 1,000, and that is because it's 1,000 iterations per frame. Okay, so he's at 1,000 resolution, and this is on a 4K monitor. Now, when he puts his hand up in the air, see, it's gone. See, so... Welcome, Ruben. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to this tutorial. It's nice to have you here. Very nice. I hope you are enjoying this tutorial. So we have, now here's another one. This is a candle. Okay, and as you can see, look how sharp and clear this looks. Now, I would say that this is a little bit dotty, but I probably still rendered it at 1,000 frames per second. But when you're dealing with light, okay? Thank you for the likes, people. Thank you. When you're dealing with 1,000 frames with light can make all of a sudden 1,000 isn't enough. Sometimes light can make it to the point where 2,000 frames per iterations per frame is not enough, okay? Because the light especially in darkness, okay, where you have the light in the darkness. So this was done in Daz Studio. So what we have now here is now we have the chicken dance, okay? This one came out like perfect, okay? This one, I didn't have a single, like, thing where I could look at it and say, oh, he had poke through right there, or he, the only thing I would say is maybe his face could have been a little more animated. He could have been going, yeah, 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 or something, you know, he could have shown his teeth a little bit. I didn't animate his face. That's really, really hard to take an animation and then add like phenomes or whatever they're called to their mouth and have them do stuff. But this one came out perfect. And if you look at this, look at how nice everything looks. I didn't give him any body hair or anything, and that would have been, I would have used the body suit with painted on hair, but I didn't give him any body hair. But the thing is just, and the clapping is like, how did that work where it looks like he's, if I could capture that, yeah, I mean, look at that. It looks like he's actually clapping. So this one is the best one that I've ever made, and it's just because there was no problem with anything, okay? And so, you know, you can do this in Daz. You don't have to take them out of Daz. Yes, Angus is here. Angus is our channel. Okay, now what I've done is taken this same character and I gave him some body hair, and I get kind of and what I also did was I ran a dForce simulation. I don't know that I ran it on these shorts. I did actually. I ran a dForce simulation and on his hair, I think. I'm not sure. But this is another one that the only problem with this one is he's sliding on the ground. Okay, and this leads me to another. Yeah, oh, thank you, Eve. Awesome. Yeah, the dance floor is part of this props set. I can't show you in here, but what I can do, I believe, is open up the Daz beta, and we can do a little bit of learning in there. We're up to frame 44, and it's been 12 minutes. So maybe, yeah, I told you that it would be 100 frames at 30 minutes. So I think I got that. And gravity always gets us from us eventually. That is hilarious. Angus, if you do manage to get inspired, make sure you capture it on camera, okay? Share it with us, okay? We'd like to see you doing the chicken dance. Okay. At least I can speak for myself. Now, I'm going to pour a little bit of tea here. I am having some Celestial Seasons cherry tea. I know it's not some designer brand, but you know, it tastes okay. So we are nice amount of hibiscus in it. And there are actually, I did put like a tea ball of some designer tea in with it, some flowers and all. Okay, so we are here, and if I go now to the highest first, go to products, and we go to highest ID, product ID highest first. I'm going to show you a product here Remember I told you about his feet sliding around. Now, I also did this same guy here in this vampire move. Okay? And the problem here is that there's one spot, you notice it right about there. Okay, we go back. Let's see. I think it's here. See, 2 spots. See that? Little bit of poke through here. Now, a little bit more maybe smoothing. And I did run dForce on this. So every frame got a dForce iteration, 4 iterations of dForce. Okay, but and this was also run with the at the best setting for dForce. So I just wanted to have something. I wanted to test something out with a long gown, and what I don't like about this is this just looks so stiff. Okay, so I'm not really that good at dForce yet, but it's okay. But here is an example of, now it looks like his coat is going right through his leg here. You see, so it's an example of me trying, and look at this. This is just horrific, okay? How to fix that, I'm not sure yet, but I'm working at it, okay? I'm working, and that's why having these animations, what's fun is setting up the animation, and then when you go to bed at night, you can just set it to run, and within about, depending on how fast your computer, with my computer, it's about 2 or 3 hours for a high resolution. Now, he looks very vampire-ish here, right there. He kind of looks kind of middle-aged vampire, sort of a little bit. This is Nathan. I love Nathan. He's probably my favorite Genesis 9 figure, I have to probably say. So we got problems here. Now, what I could do, all right, is just go through the timeline, and this may have cropped up because I converted this all to an antiblock. So don't convert them to antiblocks. Now, what we can do, okay, I'll show you a couple more that I've made here, and then we're going to, maybe that's it. Okay, this is the Thriller one. This one, we used dForce on his pants. This one took forever because I had to go in, and there's a part in it where he starts, see those jerky kind of movements there? They're not really supposed to be jerky like that. So now his hands, notice how his hands are kind of jerking there. So they're okay. And you put it to some music and everything, and it looks kind of cool. But this looks really cool. The shredded pants is like, oh my gosh. So yeah, this is and this is the Michael Jackson kind of Thriller thing. Don't. Yeah. So, yeah. So this, this stuff can be done in Daz. This was done in Daz Studio. And what's nice is look at the quality. Look at this quality here. You see, this is really amazing. So so you don't have to go out of Daz, and this is quite complex, actually. Now, the only thing is that it's not interactive. So it's not, when you want two figures to interact, then you got to get down into the editing tools. They're there in Daz. They are there in Daz. And what I'm kind of contemplating right now is a way to put is now there Daz has some programs. One is called Decimator, and the other one is called Scene Optimizer. Okay? And if you take those two programs together, Decimator takes the geometry of your figure and it makes it into like almost like block figure, okay? And what it does is it saves your figure in like a folder and converts your figure to it's where you can literally see that it has very little geometry in it, okay? But it allows you to animate it and see it actually moving in real time, like you would in Unreal Engine, where it just, because that's what they do. It's called LOD. It's called LOD, and I can't remember what it stands for. Detail, level of detail. Okay. And so what it does is it lowers the level of detail in the figures so you can do the animation, so you can move them around, you can do all that stuff. So what you have to do, and so we are in the beta right now, and I'm going to call DE, I think it's DSC, I think that's how you spell Des. All right, we'll try DECIM. Echo, how do you spell Decimator?
Decimator is spelled D-E-C-I-M.
Echo, stop. They're saying decimeter, and I'm talking decimator. All right, let's go to the Daz store. Decimator, D-C-I-M-A-T-E-R. Okay, I may not have Decimator. All right, where is it? Okay, we have to okay. It's not here. DECEM. ATER. All right, let's go. Okay, I can't open up my my window of where it says window, and then it would say help. I can't go into my plugins, or else all of my passwords will be shown here. So all right. I think I can find it maybe in. Okay, I think the problem is it's not. Yes, it has not been. Okay, I think I can do this, but why isn't it showing in the Daz store? Okay, I think it may have an S in it. DESCIMATER. Des. Here it is. All right. You see what this does here? This takes your Daz figure. Daz is well known for high-quality 3D models. Daz 3D models artists spare no expense in the number of polygons required to create exquisite 3D shapes. And while faster computers and advanced graphics card have made high polygon budgets the norm, there are still reasons to want or need lower poly versions for the same high-quality models. This is not owned 100% by Daz and therefore cannot be included in any sale. This includes the 30% PC discounts. We apologize. I believe Daz bought this, okay? So disregard that, okay? Because now it says Daz Originals, okay? Daz maintains Decimator, okay? And it's actually part of Daz, but you have to buy it just like you have to buy the face morpher, and you have to buy certain parts of Daz that are plugins and stuff. So animators will love being able to add more characters to their animations, improve performance, and reduce production times. Okay, yes, you can reduce production times, but what you can also do is convert them to this so that you can animate them. You can get them into and see them, because like this, when you go to, even in wireframe, when you click play in Daz, they go and they just kind of animate, they jerk, okay, when you try to play them. But if you were to switch that same character into something with a lot less geometry in it, you could actually see that it's rolling and flowing and not going out of the scene. In that one frame where it lifts its hand up in the air and everything, you could see that. You could see the geometry. Now, so then what you do right at the last minute before you render is you switch them back out. And that's what Decimator allows you to do. I've never used Decimator. I haven't had a chance to get to use it. I own it. And as you can see, it's $100 to buy it. It's 40% off, right? It's 58% off right now, okay? And if you were to add this, right now they have a sale on gift cards. And if you buy a new item, and you can get 20% off discounts. So you could actually get another 20% off of Decimator. And then if you have a couple of these tokens in your account, you could get Decimator down to about maybe $30, okay? Buy it, okay? So Decimator is one option, okay? And then there's another program called Scene, SC. Now, how does this spell? Decimator. Yeah, but if the thing is that if Filament, if it's jerky in wireframe, okay, where there's no textures at all, okay, it's going to be jerkier in Filament. That's my point, okay? That if it's slowed down to a crawl, and I'll tell you, you just put one figure in Daz. I don't believe that Filament has better and you're right about that, because I don't know that Filament actually has better performance than let's do a test, okay? We have this other we have the beta. We'll put a figure in here, a Genesis 9 figure, okay? And then we'll put an animation on them, because that is a very, very, very good idea. And that's what I saw Jay do tonight, was use Filament for his animation in Daz, for his animated figures. So we'll use Marcus, Okay, we'll put Marcus in the scene. And I don't believe this is, this may be Marcus HD. It doesn't say HD here, but it could be. But we'll put Marcus in the scene. Now let's turn this off. Get ourselves as much headroom as we can. We're going to have this running in the background, rendering in the background, but it's okay because they'll both be affected equally by the render running in the background. So, okay, Marcus is in the scene now. And let's go out of Iray. And let's just put a pair of pants on him so we can keep the community happy. All right, the YouTube community. All right, so I'm all for that. And let's see what we go. We go wardrobe here, wardrobe, and we'll go let's go swimsuit. Okay, and I guess it doesn't know. We got Genesis 9 here that let's try swim. All right, shorts. Okay, we'll try these. See if they work with him. Of course, they're for Genesis 8 male. Accept. All right, that works. These are probably going to be the worst animated, the worst things. They're probably going to just... But it's okay, because we're not worried. We're just going to put something on this. We'll lower the performance of it a little bit, okay? But now this is just, what in the heck is this? So this just it's not working with his weight maps, okay? This was who was this? Now who was this character? I forgot who it is. Let's see. This is, let's go to figures. These pants just don't work. So, this is who? Who? It's up here. It is Marcus. Come on. Okay, Marcus. Now we gotta, and there's something wrong with his eyes. They don't show up in Iray, so we'll give him some of Luciano's eyes. Okay, they show up in Iray. In checked or shaded mode. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is find another pair of shorts for him. We'll go to intimates. Intimates, and where are they? We'll find the Genesis 9 intimates wardrobe. Okay, these will work. The boxer shorts. Which one is that for the male? Genesis 8 male. Okay. Genesis 9, we'll try that, okay? And let's take these swim shorts off. Okay, these will work. All right, so now what we do is we go here, we find an animation for him in our heat bridge. It's that easy, people. Make sure you have him selected, okay? And then we go in here. Big swing, something that's kind of going to be a dance, jump dance. All right, hip sway. The jump dance might be good, okay? Because I'm going to be going into another area, okay? So what we do is make sure we have Daz selected here and just click. Now this is 505. So we might as well go to our timeline here and type 505 frames. Okay, 505. which would be 0 to 504. Okay, now I don't know, that might cut a frame off or whatever. Always keep that in mind because it says 505 frames. So, but it could be, I think that's a total of 505 frames, which would be 0 to 504. Okay, so now we click import. Movement type root. I have no idea what that means, but okay. But it's made to go for Daz, okay? So now what we have now, okay, and it's 60 frames. Let's try 30 frames because I don't think that looks right. So we'll try 30 and see what happens. What's up here? Why is this like this? Okay, let's go 60 again. 60 frames. We'll click play and see what happens. Now you're going to see it's all jerky. It's just jumping all over. So let's go now to wireframe. And now it's, I don't know why. Oh, because I have, for some reason, oh, it's 1,009 frames. Okay. Stop this. Let's go back to the beginning. And this, how many frames was this supposed to be? 505. All right. This should fix it. All right. Now that takes us, that aligns it. Okay, now we're just going to play it one more time. This is in texture shaded mode, okay? It's obviously, now it's all jumpy and jerky kind of. All right? And this is just a figure. He doesn't have any hair. He doesn't have any clothes. He's just got a pair of boxers on. That's it. And there's nothing else in the scene. There's not even a plane. There's an HDRI in the scene, but the HDRI isn't even loading because it's turned off. All we're doing is getting the effects of the light from the HDRI, okay? And that's actually turned off for this render, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to wireframe, and you're going to see, and this is with part of the wireframe hidden. Okay, so this is kind of like what Decimator would do, okay? And when we go here and click play, see how jerky that is? It's jumping. It's like jumping across the... It's not smooth. I mean, when we see this in Unreal or in iClone or in Character Creator, they just kind of just nonchalantly, hello, they're just go on and do their thing. But their textures have been decimated, okay? So now let's take a look at this in Filament. And this should take, now what this might do, it should change the textures of it, but it does it, I think, in the same way that, because, I mean, if it's, texture shaders, I believe even less computer, dependent, then that's why your Filament is the next thing down from Iray, and then your cartoon shader, then your texture shaded, and as you go down, it gets simpler down to the wireframe, wire-bound. So wireframe here should be just like the closest thing to the most performance that you should get. This is my logic, okay? And no, you see, it's the same thing. It's all jerky. Okay, so it's kind of okay. It looks like it's trying to handle it in better little chunks, but it's still not just smooth, okay? And so that is now, this is the frontier with Daz, okay? Because if you add like an environment and you add like couches and a, you know, a VDB, and you had all kinds of other stuff, and then you have your character walking like they're a zombie or whatever, and they're going to go you know, it's not going to render like that, okay? But the thing is, and it's probably the textures in the background that are on this figure. It would seem like what you need to do is take these figures off. Right. And so that's right, Ruben. We've not, and that is the impediment to animating in Daz Studio right now. And if we could just have like a button that we push and our entire scene gets converted into something that is, and all of the high quality objects in the scene get thrown into like a folder, a temporary folder, and our figures and our textures and all of those things get turned into something like Filament. So they're not loaded in the scene. They're out of the scene and everything in the scene. So we can work on the scene and things move smoothly like they do in Unreal. And then right before we go to render, you know, for 3 days, okay, on our scene, we just load that stuff back in. And there are issues, okay, because that wouldn't work with it wouldn't work with dForce, because you have to have the geometry in your figure in order for dForce to simulate. It wouldn't work with smoothing because you have to have your geometry in the scene in order to do smoothing, okay? But what you do then, what that means is that you create what's that word for it? When you do things in stages, okay? A work something, where you do things, you progress through your scene in stages. So you just don't put clothes on your figure or just some underwear real quick, and you get if it's an interaction where two figures are hugging and everything, you can work on them. You can drag your thing and it's all just smooth, and you can kind of, their hands, their fingers are sort of look like fingers. Workflow, that is it. So you don't do the clothing, and you don't, very good, thank you, Ruben. You don't start on the clothing until you get the motion correct in your scene. Then you bring back your characters and you start working with, that's the workflow. And the thing is that unfortunately, that kind of workflow, you can't just go back. You use whatever sub D level works. Okay? Because what you do is you kind of go through each. You try the lowest sub D that you can get away with, all right? And some, really high sub Ds are like ridiculous. Some they're just so fine that you would never need that high of a sub D level. So, but you go to the lowest sub D that you can get away with, and that's going to have a lot to do with, like, the clothing, all right? You don't want your clothing poking through. And and you also, sub D and smoothing are different things, okay? So you want to make sure that you also, so that you set your sub D to like a reasonable level. I would say probably around 3 or 4. If it's like a cloak or something that wraps over your clothing, you don't want it poking through your the clothing underneath it poking through. And then also smoothing. So you don't want you want every frame it switches to the new frame when it's rendering, okay? Then it computes the sub D is, it computes the sub D, and then it computes the smoothing, and somewhere in there would also be it would apply the dForce simulation that was computed when you ran the simulation. So it has to add all of those things per frame as it's doing the final render. It has to take the sub D, the smoothing, and the dForce and weave them and kind of like mesh them together into the final product. And you can see that as you go through the this here, that if I go here, and this doesn't look so great here. So if I take these boxers, now okay, we have this scene here. Okay, so what we can do is we can now go through our checklist, and we go to the parameters, and we select the boxers. And what we have here is we have a sub D level of 1. So let's just bump that up to 2 and see how much better that looks already. Okay, but then we have smoothing here. And the smoothing is really weird. Like you'd think, okay, well, you bring smoothing up to like 15 and it's better than 3, and it's not like that, okay? You rarely bring these iterations and collision, smoothing iteration and collision iterations up more than 5, okay, each. And usually they're like 2 or 3, okay? And this collision iterations, okay, that's about, you'd never bring them up more than that, okay? And the collision item is Marcus, okay? So now we have 2 things working in tandem, and they're going to work for every frame. Now watch when I switch to a different frame. It'll switch to that frame, and then the collision and the iterations and the smoothing and for every frame it has to recompute it. Okay? So now what we do is we go here, and it looks okay. There's no poke through, but what we don't have is dForce. So let's go back to 0 again, and then we go. Now, again, I'm going to tell you that what you can do is you can take this timeline, this whole timeline, and turn it into an antiblock. You just right-click and say Create Antiblock from the Studio keyframes. Don't do that, okay? It's just another conversion. It locks up a lot of your keyframes, so you can't go in later and and then it's going through a conversion process that is probably not good, okay? So it could like just convert improperly. Okay, so don't. My advice is just don't convert it into an antiblock. And another thing is, if you are to convert it into an antiblock, well, you could say I could just copy that antiblock and make my animation longer and just put another version of that here after it and loop it. And you don't want to do that either, okay? You don't want to loop the same animation, because you can always loop it in Photoshop, okay? Once it's in chunks of frames, Okay, you can just copy that chunk of frames and you don't and each frame doesn't have to be rendered again. Like they just have to be compiled into an MP4. They don't have to be or a .move file. They don't have to be re-rendered for each frame. Okay, so never duplicate like a series of anti-blocks in your animation in Daz. Just render that anti-block once, okay? And you can always duplicate it once it's a chunk of frames, okay? So my advice is if you're working here in Daz, don't convert this to an anti-block. Just leave it in the timeline like this. So now we go to simulation settings. We turn off initialization, off, okay? And we go to collision, quality. And my experience with this is always switch this to best, okay? It's just collision mode. It's just always got to be best. Now, this collisions per frame, 4 is a good number. That means each time that each frame it has to go through, it has to do 4 computations to make sure it's correct. If you go like 5 or 6, then for every time you add an extra computation here, an extra iteration, it has to do 1 more for every frame, okay? So 4 is usually a good number, okay? All these subframes and everything. Now, there's also another aspect of this. It's somewhere in here, I don't know where it is, where you can go into the fabric itself and change, like make the fabric a little bit more silky, or make the fabric a little more like leather or something like that. That's also something you want to consider. I always forget where that is, but it's in the parameters somewhere. Okay, so you may, because sometimes, like if you have a pair of jeans and his legs rub together, what'll happen is they'll get friction and they'll stick together, okay? Because the friction is wrong. And there can be all kinds of settings in the clothing that's wrong, okay? So it all depends on what they've put for settings for this. I assume these boxers, these are Genesis 9 boxers. I assume they're dForce. Let's take a look. Well, let's just run a simulation because he doesn't have anything else that could be dForce on him. He doesn't have any hair. So the only thing that could be dForce is this. We have the starting bones turned off. And the collision is base. Okay, I guess it would be, I guess the resolution would be base. Okay, simulation. This all looks, current frame. We want to do the timeline. Okay. And iterations per subframe is 32. But the collision iterations per subframe is 4. All right, let's do an animation now. Where this is going to kind of bake this simulation into our timeline. This is like amazing. Okay, so we're going to simulate this now. On your it has to run the kernels for dForce. Okay, all right, here we go. So these are dForce. So now as you'll notice now, as each frame is doing 4 iterations. So you'll see it jumping. It'll go did like, and then it'll go to the next frame and go. So it'll go did and then it'll go to the next frame. So it doesn't take that long to run a simulation. Look how much nicer that kind of looks. And we have him in filament mode, but you could actually do this simulation in wireframe mode, and it would maybe take up a little bit less, but it's already gone quite a bit of the ways through. Look how quickly it's gone through, and I'm in the middle of another render here on in this other Daz. It's not going to let me select that. So might let me do it if I do it like this. Tab. This one. Yeah, it does. So we're at up to 193 frames. So we just need another 121, about that, 130 frames left for that. Okay, so but we go back now to this one. All right, so we're up to almost up to frame 30. So and this looks much more natural on him than now. I'm seeing a little bit of poke through here. But the thing is that for each frame, when it stops and computes the frame, it's going to compute smoothing. And I'm not sure that smoothing is being computed. We can kind of mess with the smoothing after we've done the dForce and add a little bit more smoothing to it. We can add a little bit more. This is where you would decide if you need to go up to another sub D level so that it smooths better. Okay, so let's get the dForce simulation baked in, sort of, kind of, and then see about whether if we can fix those parts by smoothing. Now, there's also another dimension here, okay? And it is Mesh Grabber, okay? And Mesh Grabber doesn't work in animation, okay? Not just right out of the box, okay? Mesh Grabber only works on a single frame image, okay? But what if you get to like frame 200 and there's just this one little bit of poke through? You're tempted to go in and to just change that place on their clothing so that, and that will change it globally, okay? It doesn't change it on a per frame basis. But what you can do is you can convert Mesh Grabber, your motion that you use with Mesh Grabber, into a morph. Okay, so Mesh Grabber has a plugin for itself where you can create use Mesh Grabber to like pull or push a piece of fabric, and then you can take that action that you did and create a morph with this plugin for Mesh Grabber, okay? And I am not, and I've never done this, okay? So I'm taking you guys into some areas so that you guys and gals, okay, into some areas so that you can consider this, maybe go further than I have with some of this stuff, okay? But I own that plugin for Mesh Grabber. I've just never, one of these days I'm going to do a video about using Mesh Grabber and creating a morph. And I believe that once you create that morph, that you can animate then that morph, okay? You can have that morph gradually come in and go out, okay? All right, so that is one thing to think about, okay? Then I'm going to show you while this is going through, okay, this would be done if I wasn't rendering on the other computer right now, but I just wanted to show you how awesome. Now this is like laying on his leg rather than just being this hollow cone was like above his leg and not even associated. It's colliding with his body and using gravity, okay? So this is kind of interesting. We can give him hair after this. That's the thing, is that if you're going to animate your figure, don't put all the clothes on him. Just get him into the animation before you do anything in the scene, okay? Get your animation. That's the workflow, okay? Now, I'm going to show you another thing, okay? This guy, okay? This Nathan Dance. Watch how his feet are kind of sliding a little uncomfortably on the ground. They're sliding a little more than you would think. It's like as if the floor is made of something really, really slippery. It's something isn't right. Okay? So that is another aspect of your animation. It has to do with something about the figure and the way. Do you know how you have the when you go into the bone edit where you have those little where you can change the point, the focus of a bone and where the bone is rotated, okay? And there's something off about the bones and rotation of the figure that needs to be corrected, okay? In order to glue him down to the floor a little bit more so he doesn't float around like that, okay? And so that, okay, is Daz is really stepping up. I would say the last update to Daz and this whole heat giving Daz just basically gave every Daz member 1,000 animations for free. Okay. And it's a limited time for 2 months. You have to get on there. You have to sign up for Heat. They're going to give you 2 months for free. And what you do is you make sure you put every animation they have in their library in your user account. You have to click on them one by one. But I did it yesterday. It took me almost a couple of hours to click on 1,000 animations. But now they're in my library here. And I own them now. And if I cancel my subscription to Heat in 2 months, I get 2 months free. I don't pay them $1 and I get 1,000. I get these 1,000 animation motions for free. But what happens is the more people that come in here, they upload them, and then there's a whole bunch new, and so you wait until about 6 months from now, and there's another 500 animations in there. That might be worth $25 to take out a subscription for a month and quickly download the other 25 or 500 new because these animations, about like 30 or 40 of them, cost like $90 in Character Creator. And Daz just gave every Daz Studio member 1,000 of them for free. Okay, so 1,000. So Daz is very serious about their. I can't speak for them, but look, she is. This is something amazing. What we're looking at right here is we're looking at at dForce, okay? And look, they've got a little bit of problem here with the poke through, and I have to point that out, okay? But even so, this is beautiful. Like I said, it's like I've only made a couple of animations in my whole life that were perfect, okay? And so there's eventually you get, if you can get the workflow right. They didn't get the workflow right because they're smoothing and they didn't get the smoothing and the iterations right, and they could have used Mesh Grabber and just pulled the whole thing ahead a little bit, okay, and these would have been gone. Then you render it, okay. So it would just have stuck ahead of her body a little bit. But by just pulling the whole thing ahead a little bit, it would, and you do that in frame 1, all right, and these would have been gone. So, or what you do is when you can't turn the legs off, okay, under the thing. because because all the dForce and all of the that's already been computed for the most part. You can't turn the legs off or you won't see them. So because it's too sheer. And so it's but this is a masterpiece right here, even with its problems. So and you got a lighting issue. The light should have followed her along with her, so that when it looped, there wasn't this jump in the light. Okay, so just certain things, but it's easy in hindsight to pick apart, a masterpiece. So this is a masterpiece right here. It's a beautiful, beautiful. They didn't do any kind of. She has no expression on her face. Her eyes aren't even moving, but it's still a masterpiece, and so it's beautiful. It's a work of art. So, all right. We're going to talk about one more thing here in the Daz shop, okay? That just came out. I get sidetracked a little bit, but I'm going to click on this hide items that I own because I bought this product, and it is right now. This is the heat plugin. Okay, this is a plugin. It's not a bridge. You have to get the bridge from Heat, okay? So you install the plugin through your Daz install manager, then you get the bridge from Heat, okay? And you install that as well on your computer. And Windows will complain and say that it's not a Windows program and that it's a virus and all this stuff. And you just have to say, give me more information. And you say, run it anyway. Install this on my computer. Okay, it's not a virus. Okay, so now this product right here where it says Tacky Feet. Okay, tools to fix feet sliding. Okay, so it's in the store right now. It's now available, and I believe this works for Genesis 8 and for Genesis 9. Okay, so we're going to see something here. And there's 4 videos, okay? Tacky Feet for a Mac and Tacky for Windows 64. Comes with a PDF file, okay? Semi-automated. Now, does it work? I don't know. I've not... See, I was going to take and spend another day before I did this tutorial for you all. I was going to spend another day and learn to do Tacky Feet and possibly learn to do the Mesh Grabber and learn how to do the morphs with Mesh Grabber. So we'll look up Mesh Grabber also, but let's take a look at this Tacky Feet. So what we do is... you run the script, I guess. I'm not sure. I've not used it yet. But what this right toe, left toe, it does something here for each frame. Move the hip pin to the lowest of the selected nodes in the place. Remember I told you these pins here, these are bone pins for pivot points, okay? And it has to do with the hip pin, okay, not being, and what you do is, see, this is the hip pin, okay? This is the hip pin, and the hip pin is normally, I believe, up here. And if you move it down to the floor, it glues him to the floor, okay? So this does it automatically, but there's a way to do it manually also. If the automated function does not give you the exact results you desire, manually specify which node is pinned and when, and use manual, okay? So you the idea is to pin the pelvis pivot kind of weight kind of thing down. It's like this bone thing, and it's normally up about here, and you move it's only one of them. There's 2 of them. There's a red one and a green one, I think, and you move it down to, I guess, where the foot is. Well, you just move it down to the ground, straight down. So, but I don't know, this is going to take you into a lot more about it. Okay, this, all right, so it explains, and so that when you make your animation, you don't end up with their feet sliding around like that. See? It's like he's almost weightless. Okay? And he's bouncing. That's because because his pelvis isn't pinned to the floor. Okay? It doesn't mean that he can't hop or lift his feet or jump or anything. It just means that he doesn't slide like he's like on bubble, on soap or something, you know, on a tile floor or something. So that's this program, okay? So if you want to get into animation, I suggest, you know, doing it in Daz. And, you know, don't convert your timeline into Aniblocks. Just leave it as a timeline. How are we doing here now? And now there's one other program I'm going to show you while we're in the Daz store. We might as well. We're waiting for those other things. We're going to look up. Okay, we'll leave that open because we could study that a little bit more. But we're going to go to Mesh Grabber. Okay, and I put that as one word, but okay, Mesh Grabber Morph Editor for Windows, okay? This add-on, this is it, okay? So this helps you, and this is by Man Friday, and Man Friday just also put out a thing about for making clothes work. Daz is upgrading its animation face, okay? So that these other programs like Character Creator and iClone and Unreal Studio, so that they're not walking all over Daz's face when it comes to animation. And because when you try to bring your characters out of Daz and export them in, their bodies don't always work right. The textures don't come in right. They look horrible. The lighting, these other programs don't have really good Iray. They don't look right. Your characters don't look right, and to try and fix them takes hours and hours and hours. It just destroys everything in your scene. So it's really best, if you want to animate something, to do it in Daz. But Daz has had problems, and these are starting to fill in those problems. So this right here, can you animate a morph? Okay. This add-on requires Mesh Grabber, okay, to be installed. You can purchase, okay. Mesh Grabber Morph Editor is the second add-on plugin to the popular Mesh Grabber. Originally published in December 2019, Mesh Grabber allows you to manipulate any object geometry from the Daz Studio without requiring external modeling software. You must be able to do this in Daz, okay? This add-on helps because when you take it out of Daz and you bring it back in, a lot of stuff gets corrupted, okay? This add-on helps you to create your own morphs with Mesh Grabber and edit any existing morphs, okay? That's kind of interesting. The add-on adds Load and Saves button to the Mesh Grabber tool options pane. The Load button allows you to import the deltas of any existing morph into Mesh Grabber for editing. Simply mark one or several morphs as favorites. Now, the problem with Mesh Grabber, that Mesh Grabber has a very serious limitation, okay? Is that Mesh Grabber can pull mesh, Mesh Grabber can push mesh, but it can't smooth mesh. And so I have put in an order many times in the Daz forums saying, please give us mesh smoothing tools. Okay, so we need to be able to smooth mesh, not push it, not pull it, but smooth it, okay? And we need smoothing, and so then we can smooth something and then make a morph out of that, okay? So that is, so we have a limitation in Daz right now. It's a very serious, gigantic gaping hole. I believe it's being worked on, but nobody's told me that. The only reason why I believe it is because I begged and pleaded and insinuated and, suffered, what is it called? Suffered long publicly about this problem. Nobody said, well, we'll work on it, okay? But I'm hoping actually it would be nice actually if Man Friday would add mesh smoothing to Mesh Grabber and then allow us to turn that smooth mesh into a morph slider. And can morph sliders be animated in Daz? Let's ask, can morph sliders be animated in Daz Studio? A morph in Daz represents a modification to a character's animating morph sliders. To animate a morph slider, select the object that has the morph you want to, go to the Parameters tab, locate the morph you want to animate, right-click on the slider handle and choose Add Keyframe. So yes, that's the thing, is they can be animated. So the only hole right now we have in this whole process right now is we have two holes. Okay, there are two holes right now in the Daz Studio animation environment. Okay, one hole is this one that we don't have mesh smoothing in Mesh Grabber. We can pull the mesh, we can push the mesh, but we can't smooth it. All right, that is one very, very, very serious problem because if we could smooth it, we could turn that smoothing into a morph and animate it and have that smooth at a certain part in the animation and then just disappear again, okay? So that's number one, okay? Number two goes back to workflow, is that when we're working on animation, when all we have in the scene is a figure and we're trying to work with two figures, which is worse than one, okay? And we're trying to have those two figures walk up to each other, shake hands and bump fists and say, how are you doing? Have a conversation, maybe hug and walk away, okay? It's having two figures and trying to animate them at a slow crawl is like impossible. So we have to have a way to have Daz look at those figures and LOD. It's called LOD. Now I'm not going to be able to remember what that means. Level of detail. We have to be able to take and have Daz lower the level of detail of both of those figures so we can have them interact, have them maybe hug or kiss or do something together. And then once we're done, it could be just, sitting at a table and having tea together, but there's so much detail in their skin, in their geometry that that it's just like working with molasses. It's like the computer is fighting you every step of the way just to get them to interact together. And once you get them to interact, then you can reload their level of then you can reload, and then you can work on like dForce on a per character basis, like hide one of the characters, run a dForce simulation on their clothes, get their smoothing of clothes, get all of that stuff done, and then work on the other character, hide that character and work on that character. You can't hide them when you're trying to get them to interact. And so what we need is something that is some kind of program. And I believe that if we look into, now there's another program here in here, and it's called Scene Optimizer. All right, so we may have these programs here. We just have to put the optimizer, okay? Scene Optimizer. It's $25, okay, by fee. Oh my gosh, yes, this is by V3 Digitimes. Some of the best apps that some of the best utilities that I own are made by these people. Okay, so what does this do? Scene Optimizer is a set of tools which allows you to lower the memory required to develop your scenes and or speed up your renders. It gathers all the essential tools to lower the memory requirements of your scene, which can enable fast viewport manipulation, and in the case of Iray rendering, may enable you to use GPU to render some scenes that didn't fit before optimization, okay? So are you wasting precious memory with maps you don't need, or maps that are too high resolution or distant or even close objects? You could choose which scene elements to optimize, guided by a list of your scene elements, sorted by a distance from the camera, texture, map size, number of maps, or number of faces in the mesh. You can process the actions of your choice of the elements checked in the list, reduce texture map size, remove normal maps, remove bump maps, remove all maps, reduce translucency, SS, or hide, show the scene extreme elements entirely. There's no need to go into the subsurface plane and manually find and delete these maps one map material at a time or any more. Okay, now the question is, can you bring them back? Okay, subdivision of high resolution objects can be a memory hog. Scene Optimizer can change the subdivision level of multiple high resolution scene elements at one time. Just select the elements. I think this is Aisha is behind this Aisha. If you've so I'm not sure, but I think she's behind this product, or she at least teaches about it. Okay, she's involved, okay, with this. Don't worry about reducing texture map resolutions or deleting maps. Scene Optimizers has you covered. 2 additionally convenient utility scripts allow you to save your original texture map state before optimizing and restore it later on any object you want if you've made a mistake. This might surprise you. The save and restore script can also act as a convenient lie baker or texture set swapper. Scene Optimizer is not just for Iray, it works with 3Delight too. Angus, you have a great evening. Thanks for hanging with me. Have a good night. It is 11 o'clock. So I'm about ready to wind this up. I don't know how much more this is going to be before we have an animation series. And what was this animation series? It wasn't Arno. It was Ethan Likes to Dance, was it? Is this it? No, okay. So you have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging with us. I think he's gone. You take care, my friend. And we will see you again soon. Eve, I am so glad you are here, Eve. It means that you're getting a really good, a good exposure to all of this. I don't know how much you're actually learning, but I mean, that you don't already know. But it is very nice to have you here. So, Aiden, what was this called? Okay, I think it says, okay, Nathan Dance. No, it's not Nathan Dance. It's called Ethan Likes to Dance. That's it. So it's that's awesome, awesome, awesome. So this is Ethan Likes to Dance. This is it. Okay, so we can kind of get an idea what this is going to look like, because as I go through this, you see I can just see. So Ethan is dancing. Now, notice I did the hoppy thing with Ethan because I wanted to show that I wanted to show that there was going to be that sliding issue. Yeah, well, now you know everything about it. You have a video that is a roadmap to everything about animation, okay? The current state of animation in Daz Studio, you now know everything. And this is for animating in Daz Studio, so you don't have to go out of Daz Studio other than this one program that's free that we have here now that allows us to get all of these, and you just click on it, select your figure, and bring it right into Daz. So this is all within Daz Studio. So this is Ethan. Now, he looks really, really good for this. And what's nice is his clothing doesn't look bad. It's not like all doing weird things, okay? So his clothing is very good. So we're here. We're up to 296. And how many more do we have until Ethan? If I can make it to the end of this is Ethan. We're up to 298. So we have another 23. Another 23 frames to go. And look how quickly it's going through the frames. 298. So for 23 frames, it's probably going to be about 10 minutes. And that will be done. Now we have this other one going here, and we're running this dForce simulation. And that is done now, okay? So now what we can do is we can look at this and click play, and you can see kind of what's happened here. But now when I stop it, okay, all right. When I stop it, see the smoothing comes in and fixes it. So it's going to do the dForce thing, then do the smoothing, do the frame dForce, and we shouldn't have any poke through, okay? And so now that we're talking work through, see, every time it stops, it does the dForce, and then it does the smoothing. So we shouldn't have any poke through. Now, I say that, but look at this, okay? See, so we do have a little poke through. So what I could do theoretically is go back to frame 1 and just take this pair of pants here, parameters, okay, and the boxers, and go to the top here. And what if we scale them up just a little bit? Just make them a little bit bigger, okay? So what happens, okay? So it still works, but I believe now we're going to have less. The smoothing is going to have to work a little bit less, but we still have a tiny piece there. Glad I saw that. Okay, so we can go back here to the beginning, back to frame 1, and scale it up just a tiny bit more. Let's see what happens when we go here, okay? All right. So there is one way to fix this. That's how they could have fixed this here in the Daz. Like I said, this is a masterpiece, but if they had just gone back and scaled the whole thing up a little bit, and it wouldn't have contacted her leg like that, okay? It would have been far enough away from her leg, or up the smoothing a little bit, they probably have the smoothing up as high as they probably could have gone. They just needed to make it a little bit bigger because it's just pushing in a little bit too close into her leg. Okay, so that needed to be re-rendered. Okay, so, but as you can see, by just making them a little bit bigger, we've got, now let's take him, now that we have this, okay, we don't have a camera in the scene yet for him. Okay, but what we do now is we got to make him kind of look good. So now that we have the pose and the pose kind of done. The pose was done a while ago, but now what we can do is work on the things that are kind of hogs in the scene. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go to Marcus. And let's go and add some body hair so that he doesn't look hair. Okay, so we'll add some body hair so he doesn't look completely plain. And we go here to hair and we go to body. And we go to here to this one. This is a body shell. We put the body shell on him. And that's a tiny little layer that could theoretically push through, but let's see if it does or not in materials. Now let's pick some kind of body hair thing for him. Okay. All right, I'm going to put this on. Okay, that looks okay. Let's see. Oh, but this is in... let's see what it looks like. It's probably way too much hair in Iray. So, yeah, it's a little too much, a little too heavy. So let's just see what we do. I think what we can do is just take and go to our surfaces and bring down the opacity level a little bit, like this. Yeah. Just so it looks like there's something there, kind of. All right, and then maybe up a little bit more. And then we got to give him some kind of hair. See, now that we have all of our animation stuff kind of done, and it looks like these pants are have a problem because they're just too far away from his waist. So if we go to these intimates here, there might be a morph for the waist. Adjust buttocks, upper waist upper. Okay, so we have to make sure we're in the first at 0 because we don't want to do it here or else it will be like, you know, away at the beginning and then go where we want it. We want it, if we do it here, it'll be globally for the whole thing. Our 0 frame is the most important frame for animation. Now look, he's got black nails. Why? Okay, something's wrong with his nails, and I think that is because, I'm not sure why he's got black nails, but we're going to have to do something about that. All right. So, but let's first just bring this, okay, the upper waist. Okay, we got to go to 0, to this, okay. Upper waist, which way brings it in? Okay, we just want it brought in a little bit. Not too much, because he's going to move around. Okay, and now that will be globally for the whole... That's for the whole thing, okay? And we've got a few kind of odd things going on. This is where Mesh Grabber, where if we had smoothing, and I could turn that into, right at this point, I could smooth all of this. Just smooth it out a little bit, smooth here, smooth that, and turn that into a morph, okay? And animate that morph, that when we need the morph, we could bring the morph in, and I could come here, then create another morph here, and bring that morph in and out. So this is what we need, okay? If you're listening, Daz, that's what we need. Okay, so we need to be able, I need to be able to run the smoother right down through that crevice and through that crevice there and turn it into a morph and be able to apply that morph when I need it and bring it out when I don't, okay? Bring it in and out. Okay, so now that fixed the waist, but we have, where was another problem, his fingernails. Why are they black like that? And I think they're black when we go into, and it could be this shell, okay? So if I hide the shell, yeah, look at that. See, and I think it's because I used the, okay, so the shell on, okay, so I think I can turn the shell off on his nails, okay, fingernails, because we're editing the shell right now. So we can go to opacity on the nails and just turn the shell off just on the nails. See how that worked? And that would be also for the toenails. Okay, yes. So he's not goth anymore, but we'll still accept him into the club. All right, here we go. So now we have this. Now all he needs is some hair. Okay, so we're going to save him here. Okay, I thought we had him saved, but this one is called Marcus Can Dance Too. Marcus Can Dance Too. All right. And so all we need now, okay, now I just applied that morph here. And I think if I go back to the beginning, okay, for some reason it didn't, his nails, I'm not sure why it didn't put a keyframe in for the morph. Okay, because cutout opacity isn't actually a morph. Okay, unless you use a special plugin. You can turn these things like the color. I could have his fingernails changing color during the animation, but that's another plugin, another day. Okay, but you can actually, but these are not animatable as they are these textures. There is a program that turns these animatable, so you can change and like all of a sudden have something turn from glass into metal, all right, or anything like that. But you have to use a special plugin. I can't remember the name of it. It's Boss Bossa or Boss Base something. Okay, it's Base something. Okay, that allows you to aBoss. Let's look at this. Okay, aBoss allows you to animate opacity and all kinds of aBoss. Here it is. Shader, animated shaders. So they can just change from one color to another. Anything in your shader thing becomes animatable. It's pretty easy to use. So this is another thing you should own if you want to get into animation. This is $28 and you can get this. This is so worth owning, okay? And so you can it's really very, 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 very cool. It's easy to use. You just open it up and all of a sudden everything in your, you can change the color of something over the course of time. Okay? And what this allows you to do is take like a flat screen and put a video like in your Daz Studio animation. So they're sitting at a TV and the TV has a program playing on it and it's an actual video in that square because it enables you to animate a texture. And so you can just have that texture be a series of images. That's how this program is how you put video in your scene. Now you can put a picture on a plane easily, but you can have 30 pictures a second on that plane also because of aBoss. Okay, so this is how you do that. Okay, and wait till it's on sale. Okay, but it's This is massive, massive, massive. Okay, so that's aBoss. So the way it is right now, I can change the opacity on his skin, or I could change the metal flakes, and it wouldn't put keyframes. It wouldn't animate over time and go from, well, say where here the cutout. The way animation works is if I take the cutout opacity and change it all the way up here, and then I go to the end and change it all the way down, then it'll gradually, as it's going from there to there, put these. They're called tweens, TWEENS. The computer builds all the tweens, and gradually each keyframe, it turns that up, and it figures all the tweens from all the way up to high opacity to low opacity. But it won't figure tweens because these are not animatable without aBoss. Okay? So we're going to turn his nails off. So now all we need for him right now, okay, we're going to go to the front, and then we're going to just tip it up a little bit so he's looking at us. And a little rule, okay, is this horizon should be about 2/3 of the way up, okay? It's just a little rule. It's not something you absolutely have to follow, but just keep it in mind that there's an unspoken rule, okay, that your horizon here should be about 2/3 of the way up. It doesn't have to be. It certainly could be like this, if you want it, but it's just something to keep in mind, okay, that it should be about 2/3 of the way up. Now it's a little bit higher than 2/3, maybe, I don't know. But okay, so now we go back out, and we just got to find some hair for him. If I go short hair, then I don't have to animate his hair or do any kind of dForce so that it moves around a little bit. Okay. So we go here. What are we doing? Now we got to select Marcus, and now we can select hair. I'm going to pour a little bit more tea. I'm kind of getting dry. All right, so here we go. A little bit more tea. Gosh, he looks so good there. Okay, thank you for the break here. A little bit of a break. Okay, so we're going to go short hair, and let's pick some hair for him. Something that's easy. Maybe this hair. Default. Scene first hair, medium, thin, thick. Where is the actual hair? Okay, there's the ash hair. We'll try it. It might not be the hair we want. We are at frame 0. Remember, any kind of thing you do that you want globally done, you have to be at frame 0. Okay. And there it is. It's going to be there in a moment. Okay. That looks pretty good. So all we got to do is now, I think we're going to go with maybe this dark hair brown, ash hair brown. Okay, so we select, I guess, the scalp. I'm not sure which one we do. I think it should do both. It doesn't look like it did it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So now let's do a real quick kind of animation here with him. Okay, we're in texture shaded. Now, if you notice now that texture shaded is down below filament, so theoretically, you should get better performance from texture shaded mode than you should with filament. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So if you want to kind of animate your figures and have them move around a little bit, they're going to do better in. This is just my a supposition. Okay, that as you go up in here, and if you
and as you go to like what hidden line, what's this? Okay, that maybe it's even a little bit better, and it's really not that much better. And actually, it's maybe that's not true, because notice this where it goes wireframe. Okay, this is full wireframe, but this one that's like up here, it says lit wireframe, which I think means like, oh, hidden line, it's less wireframe, and this one is even less, I think, lit wireframe. I'm not sure what that is. So they're not even lit. So and it's still really draggy. Okay, so this is what we need, is we need something that's going to fix that in Daz Studio. So, but what I'm looking for now is I'm just looking, again, perspective mode is also another thing that can animate. I'm looking to make sure that he doesn't put his arms up in the air and like, or his feet. Now his feet right here just went below this. And we're also going to go here to render settings, and I'm going to set this to square. All right, so we're going to go to square. I would assume that my, okay, it's 1920 by 1920. And now we're going to, this is just really kind of jerky and slow. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Okay, so that we know that he's going to stay in the middle here. And you can use these lines here to kind of line him up. Now I think, okay, let's rewind it. Let's rewind our animation to the beginning and see now. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to line the geometry up here so that it's centered. Okay. And make sure, let's go to the front first. See, this is like really, okay. Now the front, hello, front. Okay. And then I'm just going to pull this front up. I'm going to try this hidden line. I think this is the best one, but I'm not sure. We're just going to pull this up and twist this a little bit like that until our lines are lined up. Okay. I'm not sure that his animation is exactly in the center, but I kind of think it is. So because that his center of weight would be right at center here. Okay. Now I'm going to cheat a little bit, okay, because I'm not going to use that other program, but I am going to take now we're at frame 0. We're going to go to tools, and it's the joint editor, okay, and we're going to select, I think, his pelvis. Yeah, and which one is it now? Is it the red one or the green one? Let's try the red one. We're going to pull this down to the floor. Okay, let's go here. Now what happens when we click play? See what that does? It stops the sliding. Okay, so that's how you do that thing manually, okay, is you just do that, okay? So that program here in Daz that they're selling, this one here, that Tacky Feet, okay, that pretty much that's what this does, okay? I know how to do it kind of without this program, but I believe that this program is worth buying because well, it's $19, and right now I already bought it, but it was it's on the 35% sale. You can buy it's just something that you might find you learn a lot, okay, about your characters by using it, okay? So I recommend it, but I think it's this red one that you bring down. Now I can go up close here and make sure that it's actually at 0 and not below 0. So what we can do now is kind of go around this, and let's put a plane in the scene. Okay, let's rewind this. Remember, we can move our... I haven't put a camera in the scene yet. At least, no, I haven't. So, all right, what we're going to do is put a plane in the scene so we can tell where the ground really is. And we're going to go to plane. Let's go 4 and 4, accept. All right, and then we'll go into texture shaded mode. And we can now tell, I think I can tell if this is down below. No, it's not letting me see that. But it's kind of like maybe, sort of. Now I'm not going to move it over. I'm not going to change. So it just comes straight down from his pelvis. I'm not moving it, in any direction. I'm just bringing that down so it's gluing him to the floor, okay? Now that's number 1. And number 2, I think I'm going to have to bring it back up because we want it level with his feet. And then we're going to click Marcus, and we're going to go here back to our move, and we're going to move him down like this a little bit. Make sure his feet are not poking through the floor. Now his toe is. Okay. And just a tiny bit there. So I don't dare do much more with that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to remove this plane. Okay, we're going to make sure now we'll go back to his pelvis, and we'll go back to this Tools, Joint Editor, and make sure that this, it just even getting it close to the floor is enough to nail him down, okay? At least it's not like up here, okay? So it's enough to kind of create the right amount of weight so that he's not like sliding around as if he's like in a weightless environment, okay? That is what this does. It's kind of incredible, all right? And it's part of the pelvis. And now we can get rid of the plane. And then we're going to go into the environment options and go to parameters. And what we're going to do is turn off the ground so there's no shadow. There's no ground shadow. And you'll see that, okay, if I were to go into Iray, okay. All right, when we go into Iray, see there's no shadow, but if I turn the ground back on, there's a shadow. And that shadow is not a good thing. Okay, because see how it's cut off, okay? And I'd have to make a very large scene in order for it not to be cut off. And so the best thing probably is to just get rid of the shadow, the ground, and then there's no shadow. And then the rest is going to all be invisible. Okay, so now we're going to go back into Move, so we're not in our joint editor. And now we're going to try to go back to texture shaded mode. We're going to line things back up again Line this back up again. Bring our horizon up about 3/4 of the way. Okay. And these look like they're a good distance, equidistant. Everything looks kind of the same distance. Maybe bring it over just a hair. All right, and we're going to zoom it out a little bit so that now we're going to try to play it. It's going to be all jerky and everything. Make sure he doesn't step out or move his arms out of the... That was close. Maybe a little too close, but... All right, that's a little close too. So I think I'll back it up a little bit, but that's good to know. It all seems to be within our camera view, purview. And now what we would go with our workflow. Okay, we're gonna zoom it back just a little bit, just to give us another little bit of room. I could push it up here, but actually I'd like to have a nice amount of space up there as well. So now our workflow is to save this. And here is one of the final steps is to create our camera. New camera. Don't create the camera until you get to this step, because you're going to be you'll have to keep deleting it until you'll be accidentally putting keyframes into because the camera can put keyframes. The perspective view cannot. Okay, so now we're going to set up our render settings. Okay, and we're going to go to, I'm going to do this at 1,000. We won't be able to see this, okay, because it's going to take an hour and a half to do this, maybe 2 hours. Okay, we're going to do the image series. We're going to do from 0 to 504. There's 505 frames, but 0 counts for one more frame, so that would be 505 actually. Okay, the series base is going to be called Marcus Can Dance 2. AR. Marcus Can Dance 2. So every image it creates is going to say like Marcus Can Dance 0, Marcus Can Dance 1, Marcus Can Dance 2, Marcus Can Dance 3. Okay, now we're going to create a folder that's going to be in my animation series folder. I have like a master folder with animation series. Okay, so that's going to be here. Animation series. We're going to create a new folder called Marcus Can Dance 2. We're going to double click on that and select that folder. So that's where it's going to put them. Headlamp on, never, okay. And image series, okay. And then we're going to go here to our render progressive, okay. And we want the maximum samples at 1,000, okay. And we're going to turn off the render quality. You don't want it less than 1,000, and you don't want the pixel size, the size of your canvas, less than 1,000. Or if it's less than 1,000, it will come out blurry. And if your pixel size, your maximum these are how many iterations for each image. It's 1,000 iterations per image. If you don't use 1,000 iterations per image, it will come out pixelated, like little dots, okay, like it's not rendered enough. And so you want it at least 1,000 per frame, and if you go less than 1,000 by 1,000 pixels for each image, it's going to look a little bit blurry. Okay, your final thing. So we're going to save this, and I think we are okay. Image series. Okay, I think we're ready to render. Okay, what I'm going to do first is take a look at our frame number 1 in Iray, and then go. Remember, don't start rendering with Iray on. Make sure that you're out of Iray before you click render. Okay, and he looks good. All right. I think we're going to go a little higher with our environment sun. So we're going to go here to the environment options, parameters, and let's go 4. Yeah, let's bring him up a little bit. Oh, I think he needs a little bit of facial hair. So we're going to go here and face. Go click on Marcus. That's going to add a little bit more time to the render. It'll be just finishing tomorrow morning. I don't know. Probably not, but that's the thing is that Kale, okay, he's got hair, face hair. All right, we just want the stubble, okay? Attachment. This is for Genesis 9. Okay, now his, okay, you can snap into place. All right. We're going to put something on his pants. They shouldn't be just like gray like that. So let's see if we can find some kind of pattern for his pants. We do this all in frame 0, so it's global. You put things on in frame 0 and they're going to be global, okay? So we're going to go to materials. And where are the intimates? Okay, for Genesis 9, here they are. So we can pick a color. Let's go with this, some stripes maybe. Stripe. Oh, let's see what happens. Okay, the stripes, but let's go with a color now. What are these? Okay, let's close the timeline. Trims, okay. Pants, back color, bright red. What if we... Let's see what this does. Okay, I can't move my camera. Okay, so we need to lock the camera so I don't accidentally move it, like ever. Okay, so so we go to Edit, Object, Lock. All right, the camera's locked. All right, whatever I just did, I don't know, I turned something red, maybe the back. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, so we can just keep working on this. Maybe pants, color red. Oops, we don't want the camera red. Z. Okay, we're just going to go with the boxers. Okay. Okay, we might have to select these surfaces. All right, now go to back to here. That didn't work. Belt color. Okay, the belt's kind of red. What the heck? They have to make it kind of hard. Well, they're making it hard on purpose. Okay, full color, bright red. Let's try this. All right. There. They gotta be sexy, you know? Okay, camera. All right. Save this. And I think I'm going to take the hair down a little bit on his chest, a little more. So we have this shell here. Shell. Okay, and let's see if the fingernails are still... Okay, the fingernails, we've got to go back to off. Okay. There, that's a little better. Not quite as... All right. So now we can go back to the timeline. See it move him around a little bit. See what he looks like. when we move him. Okay, so he's going to dance. So, all right, I think he's doing the hoppy dance. So he's going to be hopping around a lot, but his feet are not going to be sliding, which is kind of nice. He definitely has the, I'd kind of like to take a little bit of this HD stuff out of him. So we can go back to 0 again. That's where we can do global changes. Go to parameters. Marcus. Where is his HD? Okay, this would be currently used. This would be some of the HD Marcus body. Head. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, navel HD, but I'm not seeing. I can't change his body. I could change some of the HD on the surface, but I can't change his body because it's conformed to his. You know, this is the workflow. You can't change the body after you've done dForce, but you can change some of the HD. But I'm not seeing any HD here, so I guess that's it. So we're going to click Save, and then we're going to start rendering these images. Okay, so it's going to be transparent, so he's just going to be dancing around in his short, and I can put anything behind him. I could have him dance, you know, right up in my thing, and there wouldn't be any gray behind him. Okay, it's just going to be him dancing around. So okay, this works. I don't like he doesn't have enough of a mustache, so we're going to take and get rid of make sure I'm at 0, okay, and we're going to get rid of the stubble and find another stubble for him. Okay. Because, you know, once you start rendering, it's done. Okay. That's it. Okay. So we're going to go face. And we're going to find something that has. How about this guy? Beard apply. This one actually says beard instead of stubble. There was a beard also option there, but let's see if it gives him a little bit more of a mustache. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, I want to get up close here with the. Okay, beard. Where's the beard? Oh, that's hardly even showing. That's because it's blonde. So this is why you get up close. This is why you check stuff, okay? So the beard, okay, materials, what if we make it black? Will it show up more? Dark, ginger, light. Beard longer, let's go a little longer. Medium length. Okay, let's see what happens there. Okay, you could snap into place. And the beard black. Well, are you going to snap into place? Or sit there kind of like stuck off the side of his face? Okay, this isn't working. Not sitting on his face right. It hasn't snapped into his face. All right, we're going to try. Something's wrong here. Very wrong. Okay. Let's try. What happens if we do this? Oh, those are materials, so we got to go back to this. He's got tattoos too. Hair, face. Okay, let's try this again. We're going to go into texture shaded mode. Well, this is a very nice beard, but it's not snapping to his face. Okay, now it's snapped to his face. Okay, but we go to this hair. Okay, beard. I might have done it on the wrong thing here. Let's see. Materials. Medium length. Okay, are you going to snap to his face? Oh, why? Okay, snap to his face. Maybe it is snap to his face. No, it's not. Z. Okay, let's take that off. All right, what if we just don't put the longer beard? Okay, that's snap to his face. But let's just go with the black. I can dial that up, I think. Okay. Dark. Beard. Eyebrows, beard, black. Okay, and that's still stuck to his face. Now what we can do is possibly go into parameters. We're at the 0. And we can just dial that longer beard. See, that's not how how a morph is supposed to work. That's a horrible morph. Hello. Okay. All right. So screw that. Let's just see if that's enough. Okay. I think it may be enough. Maybe I'm supposed to click on the, a different part of it, like the hip or the spine or something of the beard to apply that. Okay, I think the environment's just a little too bright, so we'll bring it down to 3. Yeah, that's a little better. It's not quite as intense. All right, so we're going to save this. And we're ready to click render. Okay. Now I'm going to take these animations and make little shorts for I hope they don't bother you, but I'm going to make little shorts and put music to them and just have them kind of do their little dance. And there's going to be like less than a minute or something. And I'm going to make little shorts for my channel. Okay. So, because I really don't have a use for this. With my scenes, I can put them in the Daz gallery, or I can put them, my romance scenes I can put on my Flock of Angels channel. My members love them there. But these little animations, I don't have any. I can't put them in the Daz gallery. They don't accept animations yet. I've asked them to please allow us to put animations in the Daz gallery. I believe that's coming. I think that's why they just added advertisements to them, so they can actually afford to pay for the space of animations. I believe they're coming. So we'll have animations in the Daz gallery soon. Maybe it'll be a different tab, okay, where you can click on the animations tab, and so there'll be images or animations. Okay, so so I'm going to just start releasing these as shorts on my EZ3DTV channel. Okay, so we're going to click. Make sure everything looks right. This is it. This is the final thing. His color looks good to me, and he may not be standing on the ground. Okay, but when he comes in, if he dances in on the screen, he's going to be just dancing in the air, right, there's not going to be any ground there. He'll just be coming in and dancing. And if he dances on the if I put, I can put any background in Photoshop behind him because it will be a transparency. Okay, so we're going to click this. And now it's going to go through 505 frames. So that is going to take probably close to 2.5 hours to render. And these are going to be large frames, so it's going to be very clear. They're going to be really crystal clear. He's going to be crystal clear, and he's not going to be covered in little speckles and spots and stuff, because it's going to be very sharp, because we did 1,000 iterations per frame. And so he's not going to be blurry because we did 1,000 by 1,000 pixels. Okay. So he's web quality. Okay. Web quality is pretty much HD. HD is 1920 by 1080, or it's, 4K is like really nice web quality. But 1920 by 1080, or even 1024 by 767. Oh, now I can't even think right now. 1024 by 726 or something, something like that. I haven't used that in a while. That is, those are HD, and they're okay for web quality. So, all right, we're going to close this down. See, this is web quality right here. So you can see that now. He's sliding around. Okay. So I didn't do that. I have to go back and re-render him so he doesn't slide around. So now, okay. Now the thing is that eventually I'm going to learn how to kind of make them blink and do while they're dancing and do, I know how to do that stuff, but the thing is it takes so much work just getting them to this point where it'd be nice to have them kind of open their mouth a little bit here and there and smile and wink maybe, or do things like that. Okay. So, but just right now from my level of animation, just getting him to put one of these animations on him and have his pants follow along. That's about the best I can do. Now, you can do this with females as well. My suggestion is use like a top bun, like so their hair in a bun, so their hair doesn't have to look like it's just completely stuck and frozen in the air like this kind of thing. It's because you'd have to run a dForce simulation on their hair. So if you want to avoid that, then put their hair up so that it doesn't need to move, or give them a very short kind of haircut, okay? And then also for their clothes, don't give them flowing clothes. Give them like a T-shirt that's kind of tight, or a bodysuit, or that kind of thing, so they look like they're doing gymnastic kind of things, okay? And then you don't have to worry about too much about dForce. And if you put smoothing up high enough, you won't get poked through. And if it's a bodysuit that covers everything, like from here down, and even covers their feet, you can turn their whole body off. You can just turn everything off that's under the bodysuit, so you won't have any poke through at all. And then you don't have to use as much smoothing. You don't have to do all kinds of stuff like that. So I wanted these pants to kind of flow and move around with him. So, okay, we haven't even... Okay, so it's doing something. It's initializing Daz right now. It's doing something because I haven't rendered with this version of Daz in like a long time. So it's not even rendered frame 0 yet. But if we go here to animation sets, This was called Something Can Dance Too. Ethan Likes to Dance. No, this one is called Marcus Can Dance Too. And we haven't even got one iteration yet. This one is done. So we can take this one now into Photoshop. So we're going to open Photoshop. I will show you how to turn your animation into a movie, because this one is done. I have been here for 4 hours. Oh, 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 39 minutes. So I'm going to be tying this up pretty quick soon. All right. But I'll be here for a little bit longer, maybe about a half an hour, 40 minutes. Okay. Marcus Can Dance. Is this going to even render? Retrieving journal and checking for changes. This is doing some heavy duty, like, what would you call it? Calibration to Daz. Oh, and I didn't even check and see if my graphics card is even plugged in. I'm probably going to have to cancel this and see. I didn't even check to see if my graphics card is enabled. So there's a lot going on here. This Iray iteration 380, and it's not even showing me one frame yet here in my folder. I've done something wrong. I know I put them in here. So I'm going to leave this going for a little bit, maybe until it goes, because it says rendering frame 0. It's not even rendered frame 0. It's not even gotten there yet. It says scene traversal. Okay, so we're going to go here and we're going to go open. And this is going to open up this. And then we go to where our series is. Animation series. And this one was called Ethan Likes to Dance, I think it is. Yes. So we're going to select Ethan Likes to Dance 0 frame. And then say image sequence. This is in Photoshop. This can be done in other programs too. So it just loaded the whole series. And then what I go is go here to motion. And this is our animation. These are all those images now put together. Notice he's sliding, kind of sliding. He's the one doing the hoppy dance. But I didn't. He's sliding. See how he's sliding around? That's how I needed to fix that. So I fixed that in the last one. But, okay, so what we're going to do now is, so notice the background is transparent. Okay. So now what we're going to do is just go File, Export, Render Video. And then I'm going to save this. Okay, this is called Ethan Can Dance 2. I think it is. This goes into my finished videos folder. And this is called, no, this is called Ethan Likes to Dance. So we'll call it that. And I'm going to save this as, all right, we'll save this as an MP4 and we'll save it as a .move. All right, so this is 60 frames. Okay, render. Now let's see what's going on here. Okay, something's wrong here, so I'm going to cancel this. I've done something seriously wrong. Okay, I think I know what it is. Okay, so it's rendering like this one frame that's like the Taj Mahal of all frames, because I forgot to set some settings here. Okay, so I don't think it even rendered one frame. No, this Marcus can dance too. That's this. And we're going to just, okay, we're going to take that down. That's going to go. All right, so I know what I did wrong here. We got to go into this progressive render. Okay, this is the one. We got to turn that off. And we've got to turn this. Okay, that was the thing. Render quality enable is all off. Okay. And this, and then we go into advanced. We'll turn on the CPU as well. 36 CPU thread affinity. We'll go 16. 16 CPU load limit. And we'll go into here. Maximum samples. Now, make sure we don't have any canvases on here, okay? I don't know whether this is supposed to be on, but we'll leave that. Now, general. Okay, image series, 0 through, okay, and when? Every 5 seconds, okay. We'll save this. See what happens now. Render. Rendering frame 0. What is it doing? Okay, so now we just made a movie. That would be in here. Finished videos. And this one was called Ethan Likes to Dance. Let's see how this came out. There we go. All right. You see, I really like this. And he came out good. So, and that will just we could just kind of loop it a few times. He is kind of sliding around. It's hard to tell, but he's not quite there. But I didn't give him any hair on his chest, but no poke through on the pants. And the pants have dForce for each. Now, if I'd run a little more dForce per iteration, you'd see a little more difference on each. But yeah, he just does his little thing. So, all right. So he comes in and that's it. And then fades out. It's like, yay, that was Ethan. He likes to dance. Okay, so, and this one was done today as well. It's like, so, I don't know why okay, yeah. Like the first time he comes through, his hand is, when I play it, it's really weird that he fits in the screen like this. And then the second time it plays, he's been pushed up. See, that's why I say make sure you give enough room for them in the center. so that when they go to play, it doesn't mess up. This Ethan likes to dance. He's not kind of too high where he's disappearing. And it would be nice if they had a looping feature here. Now let's see how many iterations we have. This is animation series. Marcus can dance too. No, something's wrong with the Daz. It's just going on and on, retrieving journal and checking for changes. Scene traversal is something I've done seriously wrong here. Iteration 175. I've got something here like really minimum update samples is supposed to be. Now it wrote a frame. It will probably have a frame here. Yeah, one frame. It shouldn't be taking that long on one frame. It's probably the nicest frame ever. Yeah, it's a beautiful frame, but it's not going to the next frame, and it just keeps pouring and pouring and pouring more into one frame. And his eyes are kind of dark. That's kind of nice to see, but I think as he moves around, some light will hit his eyes. Okay, so something is wrong here. We're going to delete this frame. We'll go back here. Now what I could do is load this same scene into the other Daz. All right, we're going to take this auxiliary canvas off. We're just going to try this. See what we got here. Usually the first frame, it takes a while. Okay, alternate tab. Okay. All right, I think this is working right now. Yeah, it is, because it's going to go up to 1,000. It's going quite slow because we have 1,000 iterations, and he's got some pretty intense hair. It's not going very fast at all. But I think what I'm going to do, okay, we'll save this. We'll close this down. Give the scene a little bit of the graphics card. Take all this stuff out of the RAM. And we've got this stuff loaded in the RAM too. I'm going to save this as a move file too. Export. Now there's a certain setting here. Okay, I forgot what this is called now. I'll do it. I still have them. There's a problem with him when he hops around and how he slides a little bit, so I may re-render that again someday. So this is still on frame 1. It's got to go up to 1,000. And I thought it was already at 94. It's like putting it all into frame. Okay, something's wrong here. Okay, cancel. Something is wrong. It should be going much faster. Okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, general. What have I done? What have I done? All right. Okay, image series, that's correct. Maximum samples is 1,000. Five seconds is the every 5 seconds it should post. Okay, we go to render. Okay, what is... All right, 3090. Okay, we're going to just take this thread affinity off, I guess. Let's turn off the CPU. We'll just render with the... Anus, thank you for hanging with me tonight. Thank you. I hope you got a lot from this. I appreciate very much you being here. Very, very much. You take care and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Good night to you. I'm going to probably be up another maybe 15, 20 minutes. I think what I'm going to try to do is load this into the other Daz. There's something wrong here with this Daz. And I'm not sure what it is. Maybe I don't have certain things. I may not have certain like product codes put in, because these two Dazes have to have the same product codes. So what I'm going to do is, this is saved. We'll close it. Well, I guess it isn't. Okay, we'll close it. Yes, save it. And we'll open the other Daz. And we're going to try to find Marcus. Open recent. I'd really like to render this tonight while I sleep. So we go here to PNG. It was very nice of Anus to be here. Okay, this would be here in renders. Marcus can dance too. Will it allow me to even load it into this other version? I have a feeling, because everything is, you know, all of my plugins are all have their codes and all. So we're going to be doing some tutorials on the Mesh Grabber, the Mesh Grabber Morph program. We're going to be doing tutorials on this program that stops the sliding. We're going to doing some tutorials on the Decimator and the scene optimizer. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing. Okay, it's all loaded, all of my animation, loaded my figure in. It loaded the scene, the size, Now let's take a look. Let's go out of Iray. And then let's go to our render settings. Progressive render, 1000, general. Okay, this is going to be called likes. Ethan like this may be, I may not have had a series base name. Without a series base name, it may have been just putting them all, trying to do them all into the one file. That could have been it. I didn't see a series base name. Headlamp never. Let's try it. Let's save this now under this. Okay, well, okay. We'll save it with a 2 after it. Ethan likes to dance 2, 2. Well, we'll put a 1 after it. Ethan likes to dance 2, 1. All right. I think he looks better in this program. All right. Let's go into our advanced. CPU is on. All of these are going. 18. Okay, this looks good. Render. Is this going to work? Oh, shoot. I think I've got an extra. This one's got to go. Yeah. All right, just in the nick of time. Rendering frame 0. What's going to happen here? $505 frames. Retrieving geometry, updating decals. This looks right now. This looks correct. The beta could be broken. I don't know. Iteration 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of going fast. Yeah, so folder is empty. A minute and 21 seconds. For 500, this would go all night. So, that means 500 minutes. It's writing the canvas so many times. So something's wrong here. But it's still, you know, it should be done this it should be done this one already. So, yeah. I can tell already one thing that's wrong here. It's writing the iterations too often. It's writing the canvas. Okay, so we have to go back over this. Marcus, okay, the render settings. Editor. Okay, this is the problem. I have 10,000 here. It's supposed to be 1,000. That's number 1. Okay. Ethan likes to dance too. That's huge. 10,000 by 10,000. That's like making an image. Billboard size. Okay, that's number 1. And that's probably it. But let's go now to... That's why it was taking so long to make one frame. Okay, image series. Now we go to... Now this, now it should be able to update minimum samples, interval seconds, 5 seconds. Let's go 10 seconds. All right. Let's try again. Now let's go back here. I think there's probably a frame here. No, there isn't. So we can try this again. Render now. This will do it. 10,000 is what I render when I'm only doing one frame. Actually, I do 13,500. Okay, we should see it just go right up through the frame, right up to 1,000 very quickly. There's just one guy in here with some pants and a hair and a beard. Oh, he's got a body hair. He's got body suit. But it should go right up through this very quickly. Now, it usually does all of this stuff first. There we go. See, that's going right up. It'll be like up to my 1,500. Okay, 700. Okay. And there's frame 1. All right, so that should be here now. Where? Okay, this is... Where did it put it? Okay, something's wrong there. It's not putting it in the right place. Not sure where it put that, but okay. Loading. What is up with this? Okay, something's wrong here because it's didn't put the frames here. PNG. Okay, so we got another problem here. I've done something really wrong here. Cancel this out. Yeah, well, it should have put one frame there. Cancel. It's on frame 2, and where's frame 1? So there's something wrong else here. I don't know why I'm doing these things so wrong here now. There was a general... Okay, this... All right, this right here. Let's put that back to 5 again. And, okay, 1,000. Make sure that's 1,000. Okay, samples. That was correct. 1,000 by 1,000. Now, where is it saving this to? Okay, I think this is Marcus. Okay, it was putting it into Ethan. All right. This is supposed to be named Marcus. File, save as, scene. It's supposed to be Marcus can dance 2, 1. I can dance 2. I'd like to think that it's just because I'm tired, but I don't know. I don't usually, even when I'm tired, make these kind of mistakes. All right, and this is supposed to be called Marcus likes to dance 2. Starting range 0 to 504, image series. Okay. Now I'm going to go here and make sure there's no frames in here. Here. This is animation series. Marcus can dance 2. Make sure that's in the right place. Marcus can dance 2. All right. See if this works. Should put them into here. Where is it? It takes a while for the first frame. It's always longer than all the other frames. It kind of has to load all the scene stuff up. There it goes. And again, make sure you're not in Iray when you do this. Okay, there's frame 1. We're up to 200, 400, 500, 900, 700. See, so if mine does it this quick, okay, there's 1 frame. It should be in here. Please be in here. There it is. So that's frame 1. Let's see what he looks like in frame 1. All right. That's good. He's not blurry, okay? So he's going to do his little dance. And now the second frame should be working on the second frame. All right, what's going on with the second frame? Has it been written yet? Okay. All right, there's frame number 2. It's not the iterations that take so long. It's when it has to load all this stuff. You know, and I think that what would be nice is if there was like a render helper where if you notice it's like loading geometry context and lights and lens data, instance topography, decals, geometry, volumes, textures. It shouldn't have to reload them every time. If most of those things don't change, and there should be a way to toggle it and say, the only things that's changing here is the motion. You know, the The light's still in the same place. Everything is still in the same place. You shouldn't have to reload all of those for every frame. Daz needs like a lot. They need some optimization, okay, to make this, work. They're just loading every possible thing that you could possibly have in a scene. No, I don't. Software tools. I am just a novice, but I'm somebody who's been I've been doing animation since the very, very, very beginning. But I like even with animating in After Effects and just 2D animation, I've been doing animation for a number of years. So when I bought all these animation tools in Daz, I kind of knew what they did. So that's why I'm showing you guys how to do what these tools do. So this video, I've been here for 4 hours and 15 minutes, is a comprehensive Daz Studio animation, everything to. I don't take you out of Daz Studio. I don't take you into Character Creator or Blender. This is animating in Daz and how to do it in Daz. And Daz is a wonderful place to do animation in. So we've got four iteration, there's 500 coming, 500. It's going to take all night and most of tomorrow morning, 505 frames. It's taken 4 minutes to do 5 frames. So you can figure that out. It's about a frame a minute. So 60 frames per hour. And we're going to go up to 500. So that's going to be about 5 or 6 hours. So it'll be done probably by the time I wake up tomorrow, but it will have gone all night. Oh, and also I'm going to mention that I'm trying to sell 2 1080 Ti graphics cards. If you know anybody, they've never been used for like, mining or anything. I've never mined a Bitcoin in my life. They've only been in my computers, and I only had them for a little while, and then I bought my 3090s, and so they're sitting in a drawer right now, and I would probably sell them each for like $150 each. They're like almost brand new. So let me know if you know anybody interested in 1080 Ti's, okay? So they're pretty powerful. They're okay, for I used them for a while before I got my 3090s, and those were my cards. So $150. I paid like $1,000 for one of them, and I paid $500 for the other one, which I bought on Amazon. It was refurbished. It wasn't used. It was refurbished, so it still came in the box and everything. Somebody sent it back, probably couldn't use it in their machine, and so they sent it back, and Amazon just resold it. Instead of $1,000, it was $500. So, but it was brand new, and there's nothing wrong with them. So just let me know if you know anybody who's just got kind of a weaker card than their 1080. They're not faster than, maybe the RTX. They have 11 gigs worth of memory, so they're probably not faster than what Eve is using already. So they're not faster than what Eve is using, but they're pretty good cards. So just let me know if anybody knows anybody who might want to pick them up, because when you go on Amazon to buy, on eBay to buy them, a lot of them have been like used for Bitcoin mining. So they were like left on for 24 hours, and they were like they've been fried to death. These ones are not. These ones are pristine. They're like almost new. So So and I would do renders, but I wasn't doing animation renders with them. Maybe once or twice. Okay, so we're up to frame 8. This is still pretty slow, but with 500 frames, I probably should have done. I should have probably done it at like 800 by 800, and I probably should have done like 800 iterations. But they will get done by tomorrow. By tomorrow morning when I wake up, they'll be done. So, yeah, so we figured out why they weren't rendering. So I had 10,000 iterations there. So this is the Marcus Can Dance 2. So we can open this up and see a little bit of his animation here. So there's a little bit of motion. He looks so serious. So this is Marcus, Genesis 9 Marcus. So we ran dForce on his pants. So every frame there's a dForce simulation of 4 iterations. There's only a few seconds where it kind of said, do a little dForce thing for us. So they don't look like hollow cones on his leg. We have a lot of smoothing, so every frame that we go through, it does the dForce and then it does smoothing, so it doesn't poke through his leg. So, yeah. And because he's 1,000 iterations, I think, okay, we got to go this one. He's 1,000. He's pretty sharp looking. He does look a little blurry. But that's 1,000, not 1,000, he's 1,000 resolution. But this is how big he would look, and he doesn't look blurry there. That's pretty much full screen. And so he'd be a little bit smaller so he can kind of maneuver around in the scene and dance, but he doesn't look blurry one bit. That's why I say 1,000 is your resolution, and 1,000 iterations is your iterations. They have to have 1,000 resolution and 1,000 iterations, and you will get something that doesn't look blurry. And if it has the iterations, it won't look. See, if we zoom in close, it's a little bit splotchy. A little bit. You can see a few little bits of. Now, if I brought this up to 2,000 or 3,000. He would look so sharp, okay? And if I went up to 2,000 iterations, then he wouldn't have these kind of little bits of this. You see these little specks where it didn't reticulate enough. When you just don't render something long enough and it's full of dots. Well, that's so 1,000 is enough. Unless I had like candle lights and really weird lights in here and kind of dark, then I might even have to go up to like 6,000 just to get it to, but with just basic lights and stuff. The only thing I don't like about him is his eyes kind of, the sun isn't quite eye level. But I think as he moves and he changes in the scene, that they'll hit his eyes in certain spots. He'll look up this way or that way, and then all of a sudden it will just show. So, all right. So, yeah. So there. This is a comprehensive guide as like to everything that you kind of need to know about the current state of rendering in Daz Studio, okay? That is what we're dealing with, is we're rendering in Daz Studio. So what happened to, okay, Daz. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we can make this large again, right? I guess it's minimized now. So I'm not sure if I can maximize that. No, it just minimized itself for some reason. That's okay. So it's going to put all of these in here. Now, I will say that it's putting these, don't mess with these, like kind of like select them and try to, every time it puts one out, because sometimes it still has control of it, and then it can't write what it needs to. And like when I go through this and I kind of click play and try to play through them, then it's going to try to play that last one that it's still kind of working on. Be very careful with that, because if it can't write to here, then you're going to end up with a corrupted frame. And you can go back in and just set it and render just that frame, but it's a pain. So just kind of leave these, check them to make sure everything looks right by looking at the first view, okay? And this all looks right. He's not going to be sliding around on the floor because I did that trick with the pelvis. So, all right, this is going to do it for me today. I have been watch this video, study. If you want to do animation with Daz Studio, watch this video, study this video, and it will teach you. Sometimes that's all you need is one video that's comprehensive, that tells you everything you need to know about animating. I have some really nice animations. I'll show you a few of them again. I'll just go over them real quick before I go. I'll show you some of my animations, and these animations were done in Daz Studio. And so this one right here is probably, this is my best animation, okay, that I've ever made. Because everything about him kind of came out good. All right. So this is my best animation. Notice he's not like really sliding around on his feet, okay? His feet are kind of, they're a little bit moving, but you don't even notice that. So he's not doing that slide thing, a little bit maybe. So that is one of them, okay? And then this one I did today, okay? This one he is sliding, but since he's hopping around, you can't really tell he's sliding. So in this one I only did it 800. At 800 resolution and 800, I think it was 800 resolution and 800. So if you stop him here and you look a little closer, you might see a few of these a little bit of, but I did turn the light up kind of strong, so you might see a little bit of reticulation in these in the dark shadow areas. But this one, there's no poke through anywhere. If you can make an animation with no poke through, you have done something massive, okay? Without even the littlest, slightest bit of poke through anywhere, then you've got something massive. Then you really have accomplished it, okay? Here's another one. This is my thriller one. And look at the animation of those little things on his legs. So yeah, this was really hard. Now you notice his arms are like, he's supposed to be kind of robotic a little bit, but it's a little too much, and that's because I had lots of problems with his hands touching his legs, and when he would touch his legs, it was like spaghetti. It was pulling his clothing right off. Thank you, software. Thank you. Yeah, this one took a lot of work because he kept touching his leg, and it was like glue. It was like pulling the geometry up off all his hands had to do was touch his leg, and you could see this spot right in there was the worst one. And every frame I had to pull his hands away from his legs. because it would, and some of this stuff I don't really know exactly how to fix. Here's the little dwarf one that I did. And so it's just a little simple animation, but it's all done in Daz Studio. And I'm not sure how I did his coat. It looks like it's blowing in the wind. I may have actually had a wind thing here. It's moving like wind. It could have been just dForce also, but I don't remember how I did that. It would show if I opened the proj. It's called Magic Dwarf Angus. And yeah, and I animated this little star on the end, just kind of made it big and made it shrink. Then this candle one, this guy I did today. This one got done today. And again, no poke through. None at all. So, yep. This is and this animation is just one that I downloaded. So I tell you where to get 1,000 animations free, and that's all part of the Daz Heat thing today. So you watch this video, and you will be able to get 1,000 animations like this free. Okay, and you own them. He's belly dancing. My computer's, I think I should have turned down his hair a little bit. So it, gone down a little bit on his hair. Just a little bit of the opacity would have gone a long way with his hair. So it doesn't really match his hair color. So there's problems with this one, okay? But what you don't see is his feet sliding. But if you'll notice, his toes are doing some weird things. So, but you don't notice them at first. And that's why I said don't convert your animation to Aniblocks, okay? Because it's just one more conversion process that can go wrong, okay? Just leave them in the timeline the way they are, okay? It's just, unless you absolutely have to have them. Once you're done, once you've got your, you could save you could save your project with a new name and then create the Aniblocks and add it to your Aniblocks library. But don't do that with your animation that you're going to render, okay? Because it's just like I said, it's one more conversion that you have to. Okay, this one is a sneak around. And I rendered this one kind of small. It was just a test again to see how to kind of learn how to use some of these. And there again, his toes are doing something. I'm not sure. I think that the geometry, when it actually penetrates through like the below the plane, then it can kind of get sticky and do some weird things with the feet, with the toes. But I'm not certain. But you have to watch. And that, again, could be because I believe I converted this to an Aniblock again. So just be careful of converting things to Aniblocks, because it may not. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. Okay? For at least get your render out first. And then make it into an Aniblock if you want to. So there's that one. And this one is the Ethan Likes to Dance. I don't know if I showed this one. Yeah, I showed this one. This one came out really good because it just looks so clear, kind of, and his pants kind of look natural. Yeah, so, and this would definitely loop. Okay, so I can loop it in OBS Studio. And this one's just called Shy Guy. So he's just shy, kind of kicking his feet. Now there's something wrong with this. This one has some definite. His leg goes. I think if you watch his legs, I think they go right through each other. You have to watch this stuff. Okay, see that it went right through his leg. So you have to watch your animations. And that's why these animations that come from Heat are really nice, because they're made for Genesis 8 and Genesis 9. So they're made to work with them. And so I don't believe you're going to have these kind of problems that using just like Mojo, Mojo Maximo animations just don't always work right with. They do stuff like this where their leg goes right through the So it would be easy to fix that, but still not that easy, actually. But it could be fixed without too much. Now, this was a dwarf magic one. I don't know what this is. Okay, that came out horrible. I thought it was going to be good, but when I rendered it, it was just terrible. So, yeah. So that's why we went with the dwarf with the little star on his wand. A little simpler. So now this one is another one, the vampire one. This one came out okay, but if you look at his clothes, there's problems with his clothes. It looks like it's just fine, but then when you really look, see, if I stop it, this little piece poke through spots, that poke through, not sure. So this is where other tools and also I think his coat should have been thinner, made of a thinner, thinner. So maybe I needed to run the dForce simulation a little bit more, and I could have just I'm not sure exactly. I might have been able to just pull this away with Mesh Grabber in the first frame, and if it was pulled away in the first frame, it might have actually stayed. And I would like this. It looks like it's made like a felt, and it should be made more of a thinner material. So it just seems a little bit. And if you watch also, see that it goes right through his leg. Why is it doing that? I don't know. Maybe the collision wasn't set right for his, because it shouldn't be going through his leg. And this did have a dForce simulation run on it. Why it allowed that back piece to go right through his leg, it shouldn't have been able to do that. So just little things. And, they're not the best. I don't know that these are the best. And this guy came out better than the vampire guy did. But he's sliding like he's on and see, I didn't use that thing to not slide him. I kind of didn't think I was going to need to use them but this actually came out really kind of good. So even though because there's no poke through, I ran a dForce simulation on his pants, so they actually are kind of but there again, I think the pants look like they're kind of made of a canvas rather than a flimsy material. I think if they hung and draped like this right here, this kind of cloth. How I did that, I have no idea, but it just came out really, really nice. So, and this was really hard because his shirt his pants kept coming through his shirt. And so I had to keep going through with Mesh Grabber and almost on every frame. until it no longer did that. It was a mess. That was just frame by frame, because I'd fix it for one frame and the next frame it was back. And then and it was like out of 800 frames, because this is a long darn, this is long. This is 25 seconds. And that's for 25 seconds at 30 frames per second, maybe even it was 60, I don't know. But yeah, that was a lot of frames. So, all right, that's going to do it for me. Now we can take one more look and see how many of these iterations we've gotten here on our, before we go. So I like to keep you kind of in the loop. So this is Ethan Likes to Dance. No, that's the other one. It's, who is it? Marcus Can Dance too. Yeah, and so these are, we'll run a real quick thing through. That's it. So he's going to dance. So, and there's 500, and we're up to 30. And it's been how long? 30 minutes. So about a frame a minute. Yeah, that's a lot. So that's a lot. This will not be rendered a second time. So yeah, I don't. It's because I put that body hair on him. So it is another bodysuit. It's like having two figures here. So and he does have hair. All he's got for clothing though is a yeah, and it's 1,000 iterations per 1,000 iterations per frame. So, all right. So, if you want to learn animation, study this video, because I go over every kind of aspect of what you can do to the kind of utilities that you can use to do animation in Daz Studio. I don't edit any animation. I just basically, I do a little bit of editing, but it's just kind of use the animation as is. So, all right. Take care. Thank you for watching. I will see you again in the next video. This is Rex Red saying so long for now. Now I'm having a coughing attack. Little bit of music here to kind of steer our way into the night. So I will please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. It's very nice to have you here. Please come back and be part of the next tutorial. I have some planned, okay? So I've talked about that already, about what some of the videos I've got planned. So it's all, I think I'm going to be delving into animation a lot. I think Daz has done some really, really good stuff with the program for animation. So we're going to be doing that. So all right. I will see you again in the next video. Take care. Bye-bye, Eve. And software, Ruben, a new guy here coming in. Angus was here like for 3 hours at least. It's been 5 hours, okay? So this has been a very long tutorial. And who else did we have? I think we had another awesome person come in tonight. Ruben. I'm missing somebody here. We had Ruben. Why, Top Jack. Is that showing more? Going back? So, okay, we had Eve here. So, yes, take care. I thought there was one more. I think I'm missing somebody, but all right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the likes. And I will see you again in the next EZ3D tutorial. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.